Alright. I'm back. It's time. Stormblood Part 4. Last time we did the whole of Part 3 in one go. The return of Gosetsu and Yotsuyu, and subsequently Yotsuyu's brother, who came and made her remember that she was bad, and then she turned into a primal, and then we killed her. There's your TLDR for that whole shebang. Oh, and by the way, Xenos is alive, but he's not really alive. He's being possessed by an Ascian. So that's cool. And we had a duty where we played as Alphino, because Alphino decided to go to Garlemald to help out the people who want peace. But then they all got attacked by fake Xenos' guard. And they met a mysterious man, the Shadow Hunter, whom we don't know who he is. I know who he is, but the general we doesn't know who he is. Anyone online? Nope, just me. Oh, Kinliana, if you come here hoping for news, I'm afraid there isn't any. Everything is exactly as it was. Y'shtola is still investigating primals in the Far East. Thancred is gathering intelligence in the Imperial provinces, and Alphino is still out there somewhere. Been no word since his first scheduled report, nor does he respond to calls. And all the while, I'm just meant to sit here waiting, driving me mad. Begging your pardons, I bear a message for the Eorzean Alliance, from the Eorzean Alliance. Thank the gods for that. We have a visitor. Welcome to the Rising Stones. If you have a message, I should be most eager to hear it. My lady, the Alliance leadership will soon convene to discuss the matter of Ascian interference, and they humbly request the presence of the Scions of the Seventh Dawn. Having assessed intelligence provided by the Alamegan Resistance concerning the whereabouts of Xenos' remains, they too suspect Ascian involvement and wish to deliberate a suitable course of action. As the foremost authorities on our foe, your order's counsel would be most welcome. Of course, we will be glad to assist in whatever way we can. With almost everyone else afield, I'd say this falls on us. By which I mean, I'm not going on my own. You'll come with me, I trust. Of course I will. You're my favorite. There you have it. We accept the invitation. Thank you. Time and date of the meeting will be shared in due course, but I can confirm that the council will take place in Alamigo, by your leave. Somehow doubt we'll have anything useful to offer, but standing mutely at a meeting would still be better than nothing I've been doing of late. Let's make ready to depart, shall we? Thancred, what's going on, man? Alright, just be careful on the road back, you hear? Did I hear you right, Rael? Is Thancred coming back? Aye, that he is. Says he's acquired some important intelligence. Being in Garlean territory, though, he couldn't risk sharing the particulars in case the Imperials were listening in, so he said he'd head back as quick as could, and to make sure someone was waiting for him in the Alamegan quarter. Understood. Kinliana and I will go. We're bound for Alamigo anyway, and there's sure to be time before the council begins. Come on, let us be off. Thancred. You two are a sight for sore eyes. Now all I need is water for my parched throat. Fetch me a cup, will you? Traipsing through Imperial territory is thirsty work.
gods, I needed that.
I won't bother telling you to catch your breath. Whatever brought you galloping back to us, I assume it's urgent.
Quite. Without further ado, then. After the successful uprisings in Doma and Alamigo, rebels in several other provinces were inspired to follow suit. Unfortunately, they did not fare quite so well. The Dalmascans paid the heaviest price. For their defiance, the Emperor made a show of razing their capital to the ground, prompting many of their neighbors to abandon thoughts of resistance. But not all have given up on liberty. Heartened by the news of Doma's prisoner exchange, some still believe that the Empire may one day be amenable to negotiation. We have the shinobi to thank for spreading the good word. They have worked tirelessly to keep the subjugated informed, and a little knowledge can go a long way.
There is at least a spark of hope, then.
A spark in want of kindling, yes. The Alliance has already begun supplying materiel to resistance movements abroad, many of whom would otherwise struggle to continue the fight. The support effort has been led by the Sultana and the Elder Seedseer, who have both seen enough Alamigan refugees to know the consequences of oppression. And for their troubles, they have quickly earned a reputation as folk heroes in certain corners of the Empire. That is all for the provinces. As for the Garlean motherland itself, our friends the Populares have suffered something of a setback, I regret to say. Talk is rife that Doma has summoned a primal, and the Empire's more liberal voices are being drowned out in the fearful clamor for retribution.
And who do they think orchestrated this summoning?
Oh, any but those truly responsible. Xenos has seen to that. Speaking of whom, the Crown Prince is recovering remarkably well. Well enough, in fact, to enable him to personally tour the provinces, putting the fear of the Emperor into the hearts of any would-be dissidents.
He walks in plain sight, and none suspect him. Then it's as we feared.
Yes. An Ascian wears his skin. But it was not that which brought me here in such haste. During my time in the provinces, I learned many things. Yet at no point did I hear any report of a Doman emissary in the capital.
But Alphonse should have arrived by now. Could they be holding him there in secret?
The possibility did cross my mind, but I have reason to believe he never reached his destination. As you know, scions assigned to covert operations, such as Riol and myself, are issued special link pearls for communication in the event of an emergency. I mention this because it was originally Alphino's task to coordinate the response at headquarters, meaning he has one. And whose voice should I hear when mine recently crackled to life?
You spoke with Alphino?
Spoke with? No. I but heard his voice, and none too clearly at that. 2 words were all I could make out. The burn.
The wasteland on the edge of Otherd. Something must have happened to them there. There's no time to waste. We must make for the burn at once.
I had a feeling you might say that.
And? I can't very well sit around here drinking tea if Alphino's in trouble. You said yourself that this link pill was only to be used in emergencies. So I'm going, and that's the end of it.
Oh, far be it from me to change your minds.
Loath though I am to neglect making preparations for the council, we must act swiftly before Alfina's trail goes cold. I propose we first pay Hien a visit. He's sure to want to hear about these developments, and he may well be able to advise us on how best to reach the burn. A sound plan, and Y'shtola is in Doma, is she not? I dare say she'd join you in the search if you asked her nicely. While you see to all that, I shall go report my findings to the Alliance. You may leave any preparations for the Council to me. Thank you, Thancred. Right to Doma, then. We have much and more to share with Y'shtola. Nope. Bless you! Mother... Mama Coiny, violent sneeze. That is curious indeed. While other matters demand my attention at present, I shall bear what you have told me in mind. Should you notice any change, do not hesitate to seek me out. Thank you, my lady. You are most kind. Well, well, two faces from the dim and distant past. Come now, it hasn't been that long. Who was it that you were speaking with? A local miner who supplies crystals for the rebuilding effort. Of late, he claims to have struggled to find a crystal with so much as a trace of elemental energy. Upon learning that I had some knowledge of ether, he came seeking my counsel. Just now, he brought me one of his recent finds. It was precisely as he described, devoid of elemental energy and eerily reminiscent of the deaspected crystals that manifested in Eorzea in the days prior to the calamity. It would be wise to investigate this phenomenon more closely. Indeed. But on a more positive note, the locals seem to have taken a liking to you. More an interest than a liking to, I think. The sight of a Mikote with a peculiar contraption upon her head is a certain novelty value in these parts. Any actual regard they have for me, I owe wholly to you and the others who came before. Everyone here has been exceedingly cooperative, and I am pleased to report that I have all but concluded my investigations. Simply put, by focusing one's will upon the ether-infused object of worship, it is possible to conduct a summoning. The fact that they are objects of worship is the key. They are themselves suffused with the requisite belief. Correct. Such sacred relics as the Kojin collect obviate the need for religious fervor in the summoner, Yatsuyu being the most obvious example. She had but to associate the artifact given to her by Asahi with the divine, and it served to amplify her desires and give them form. A form nourished through the power of the crystals, also provided by her brother, and thus was Tsukiyomi brought into being. Which brings me to question the preventative measures, to which I have yet to find a satisfactory answer. At present, I know of naught that will avail us, save keeping watch over the movement of relics and crystals, as if we did not have enough to keep to watch over already. But I doubt you came all this way to hear that which may be perused in her report. Something happened to Alphino? I shall join you in the search, of course. Thank you, Y'shtola. I should be glad of your help, truly. Now, if there's nothing else, I shall go on ahead and request an audience with Lord Hien. Alize puts on a brave face, but she has little talent for concealment. You should join her in the Kaiengen. Greetings, my friend. Alize has explained all to me. Needless to say, you shall have our full cooperation in the search, even if Alphino's trail does lead to the burn of all places. The region known as the Burn occupies a special place in Garlean history. Every child in the Empire is familiar with the tale. In the distant past, it was a verdant land teeming with life, but successive summonings saw it bled dry of aether and reduced to a desert. It was upon beholding the devastation that primals had wrought that Emperor Solus was spurred to embark upon his crusade against their kind. The The burn offers a glimpse of the future we seek to prevent. Know you of any reason why Alphino might have gone there? Aye, mischance. Though it lies on the route to Garlemald, it is no place to make a stop. My guess is they encountered some manner of trouble there. In any event, I am of the same mind as Alize. We have no choice but to take our search to the burn. Given the considerable distance involved, 'tis best we went by bird. Ileana and I have our yoles. Yugiri, will you ready falcons for the others? I shall gather our swiftest birds. Near the House of the Fierce, there's an overlook. Pray join us there once you have seen to your preparations. Check. Skipping playback is still on. To the House of the Fierce. Look at that, he's standing next to a glowy light. It's almost like duty. Big duty. It's a shame they don't give you the ability to get the generic falcons and horses as mounts. Like, hey, they're here too. It's not, you know, magical and rainbow. Everyone here is possessed of a bird. Let us away. Remember, our destination is a barren wasteland. There's no civilization to speak of for 100 malms in all directions. Take care you do not lose your way. Let me open up the shebang with a duty. Stormblood. The burn.
Make ready, friends! We are come to the burn!
Oh, I just realized that Yugiri's Yole. Yugiri's Yole is probably Gosetsu's. That's sad. I was like, because Yugiri didn't have a Yole. Apologies for the coughing. I have not shaken it, even though I've been over COVID for forever now. Unsure if anyone's actually here, but if you are, and you hear game sounds through my microphone, please let me know. I have the TV a tiny tick higher than usual. Oh, gross. You see the enemies, but I can't get over there. Shoutouts to Final Fantasy V. It's our good old pal, the Mist Dragon. Oops, I just triple weaved for no reason. It's a whole big old chunk of everything. Mist Dragon Yu-Gi-Oh card, I'm pretty sure I already have it. Yup.
Ah, there you are. Between contending with bloodthirsty beasts and sand in my every conceivable place, I had begun to despair of finding you again.
Do you recognize the crashed ship over yonder? Mistress Alizé and I briefly inspected it. It is the vessel that bore Master Alphino away.
But there was no sign of him, nor of Maxima and his people.
War Machina. It would seem they were involved in a struggle. There may be clues. We should split up and search the area.
These were no ordinary soldiers. Over here! The insignia on this man's uniform identifies him as one of the Emperor's personal guard.
Hand-picked soldiers, answering only to the royal family.
That would explain why all the casualties are Garlean. They were fighting their own.
You're saying the Emperor was behind all this? That Alphino is his prisoner?
We don't know that yet.
Aye, we must not jump to conclusions. Besides, Alphino is more than capable of looking after himself, is he not?
I suggest we return to Doma to consider our options. Whatever happened here, Master Alphino is long gone, and any subsequent search may safely be left in the hands of the shinobi.
Where in the world are you, brother? If you die on me, I will never let you hear the end of it.
Well, that was a decidedly uneventful journey. I almost found myself hoping for a sandstorm. Joking aside, I'd say our birds are due for a good brush down and a treat or two, wouldn't you? I'd hoped to steal a moment's rest after our little outing, but it would seem duty calls. A foreign emissary arrived in my absence. Do not let us keep you then. Actually, I was wondering if you might join me. I cannot think of a guest who would fail to be impressed by the presence of the Scions. At least, none I should be happy to receive. Of course, if you think it will be useful. Thank you. I will just return to my manor then. Oh, mana cutter, go! Dude, flying this glow to the ground, those propellers could kill someone. We're just being all kinds of reckless here.
Lise, what brings you here?
Oh, Alliance business. We have a request for Doma. Well, Hian. But that can wait. They told me you were out searching for Alphino. Did you manage to pick up his trail? Well, if he wasn't at the crash site, he might still have escaped. We have to keep searching.
And we will. Alphino embarked on this journey as an emissary of Doma, and I hold myself responsible for his safe return. I will have our shinobi in the provinces search for him as a matter of urgency. Chin up, Alize. You'll get to admonish your brother for his recklessness yet.
Well, someone has to do it.
I'm sure he's going to be fine. There is one thing I'm not sure about, though. You said it was the Emperor's personal guard that attacked Alphino's airship. But the Popularis would never have been able to arrange the prisoner exchange without Varus's blessing. So why would he sabotage his own mission?
They may not have been acting on Varus's orders. The guard answer not only to him, but to his family. The Crown Prince included.
When Yotsuyu summoned Tsukuyomi, Asahi was quick to proclaim that a dormant citizen had violated the terms of our agreement, that the negotiations had failed. And it is this version of events that is now being repeated across Garlemald. To hear the tale, one would think the prisoner exchange never took place. Plainly, someone is manipulating matters from the shadows. Most likely Xenos, or whoever it is that wears his face.
Whichever Ascian you mean. We all know the nature of our adversary.
The servants of chaos are true to their name. Their meddling has cost Dorma a chance at peace. Whoever it was that loosed his personal guard, the Emperor cannot be ignorant of these developments. We must proceed on the assumption that our treaty is indeed in tatters. But come, Lys. You have journeyed far. Let me hear your petition.
Right. So the big news is that Alamigo has agreed to join the Eorzean Alliance. To make it official and discuss where we all go from here, the leaders of the 5 nations are planning to hold a meeting, and we were hoping you might come too. We've already seen what we can achieve when we work together, and the Alliance hopes to work even more closely in future. They think it's our best hope of keeping the Garleans in check, and I agree.
As do I. By coordinating our efforts in the east and west, we may be able to discourage them from committing their forces to a single front. I accept your invitation. I must, however, ask for time to attend to some pressing matters here. In light of recent events, the risk of Imperial reprisals is greater than ever, and I would not leave Dorma unguarded. Ere I depart, I must shore up her defenses.
Understood. I'll let the Alliance know. We'll wait to hear from you before setting a date. The meeting's to be held at the Royal Palace in Alamigo, incidentally. Do you remember the way?
Well enough. Please assure my hosts that I will not keep them waiting any longer than I have to.
Consider it done. And thank you for agreeing to come. If we all put our heads together, we're sure to find the best way forward. For everyone.
My advisors and I will presently convene to discuss the matter of Doma's defenses. You are welcome to stay, of course. Had you not offered, I would have requested leave to remain. Where the Ascians are concerned, naught may be left to chance. As ever, we would benefit from your experience. I thank you for coming, Lys, even if it was unofficial business. I'd hoped there might be time to show you the land you helped to save, but I will settle for a fleeting visit if needs must. There never does seem to be enough time for anything, does there? But I did get to see a little of the Enclave. You made excellent progress, I must say, and soon you'll have the chance to see how we're getting on, too. Till the meeting, then. Kiliana, I was wondering if I might have a word with you before I go, in private. Go on, my friend. I will send for Hakuro and the others in the meantime. Great. I'll wait for you at the docks. Thanks for coming. Knowing you, you probably guessed what I wanted to talk about. Alize. She's acting as if everything's alright, but it's clear she's barely coping. The Alize I know is overbearing, willful, and reckless, and that's fine. How she deals with feeling weak. She has to keep moving, or she's afraid she'll fall apart. A lot like me. But the thing about people like us is that we need someone to keep an eye on us. I had Papa Limo, and now I have my friends in the Resistance. And Alize has you and the Scions. Before you start, I'm not saying you're neglecting her. I'm sure you aren't, and I'm sure you won't, but she's a good friend, and when I see her like this, I can't help worrying. So please, make sure you give her all the support she needs, alright? Leave it to me. Thank you, Kinliana. It goes without saying, but if there's anything I can do, you need only ask. Well, I'd best be off. See you in El Amigo. Ah, there you are, my friend. Everyone is assembled, so let us begin.
If we are to ready ourselves for invasion, we shall need manpower, provisions, and time, all of which are in notably short supply.
Candid as ever, Yugiri, and correct, I concede. Fortunately, I have an idea. 'Tis plain no single nation can stand against the might of the Empire. And it was only with the aid of others that Dorma succeeded in winning her freedom. So, I mean to take a leaf out of our Eorzean friends' book and form an alliance of our own. In addition to those with whom we already share an understanding, I would reach out to Hingashi and Suinosato, and further afield to the myriad peoples of Nangsha and Dalmasca. I am under no illusion. Not all will answer the call. Yet disparate though we may be, we are united in our desire for freedom. If our neighbors could be made to see what is at stake, Ascian machinations and all, cooperation need not be so far-fetched a notion.
It may even seem practical. Under the guidance of our former leader, Master Louis Soir, we once strove to unite the fractious city-states of Eorzea. I dare say that experience shall be of use in your endeavor.
We should be glad of your wisdom.
For the record, I would have been in favor of this plan even if it hadn't been my grandfather's, but I have to ask, how will we secure the time to carry it out? Not that anyone has forgotten, but the Garleans have airships. Lots and lots of airships. Should they catch wind of our plan, they could send an armada to overwhelm us before our alliance had even begun to take shape.
Not if we deny them access to the skies. During our time in the Burn, the Warrior of Light and I chanced upon some Allagan ruins.
Oh?
As such ruins go, they were not particularly unusual, but something about the surrounding land struck me as odd. Faint though it was, its ethereal residue was uncannily similar to that of Azizlar. Identical, in fact. For locations so far removed to share a single etheric signature is all but impossible. I conclude, therefore, that the Allagans created the floating continent with land taken from the Burn.
While that is a most intriguing theory, I fail to see what relevance it has to Dorma's defense.
Azizlar was enclosed in a powerful energy barrier, impenetrable even to an Agrius-class battleship. It occurred to me that those ruins may have enjoyed similar protection. I have no proof, but the Warrior of Light did report seeing a structure resembling other known Allagan field generators.
All right. But even if we could put up such an energy barrier, it surely wouldn't extend beyond the limits of the Burn. So what's to stop the Garleans flying around it?
Fuel. The Dalmascan capital, Rabanasta, was a key imperial refueling point in the east. By laying waste to it as a lesson to the rest, the Empire greatly hindered its own operations in the region. If an imperial fleet were to advance upon Doma, it would now have little choice but to travel, as the crow flies, over the burn.
I see.
A word of caution. Even assuming the generator still functions, raising a barrier of such a scale will require a prodigious amount of energy. And few places are so bereft of suitable crystals as the burn.
A source of energy. Tell me, did the Allagans make a habit of launching things into the sky?
Curious question. Besides Aziz's Law, I know of only one other notable instance. The Red Moon Dalamud, whose fall triggered the calamity.
Just the 2 occasions, you say? Then I believe I may have a solution to our energy problem.
You do?
I may. To find out for sure, we would need to visit the Azim Steppe. Which would, I now see, present the perfect opportunity to discuss an alliance with the Zayla tribes. How very neat. What say you then? Shall we see whither this road leads?
It's settled then. I will journey to the Azim Steppe with the Scions. Yugiri and Hakuro, I leave our other neighbors to you. My apologies, but I won't be joining you. I am no etherologist, and what skills I do possess are unlikely to be of any great use to your mission. But more importantly, it seems to me that the ruins in the burn warrant attention. And so while you are away securing an energy source, I will engage our friends at the Garland Ironworks to undertake a complete overhaul of the field generators. We'll need them in good working order if our plan is to succeed. I trust there are no objections? Come on, Alize, could you not get Tatsuya to do it? I'm sure she'd love the burn. Joking aside, I was planning to enlist her help with organizing everything, but we'll still need a side on the ground. Don't worry, I'm sure you'll manage without me. Good luck. There's 3 of us then. Very well. Shall we make first for your reunion? I'm seeing how some of these quests will unfurl in my fanfic I'll never write. Again, gets a small shred of hope at introducing Alize to her family, and then Alize's like, "No, I don't want to go." Oh, okay. Have a nice day. So this is the Azim Steppe. The tales do not do it justice. Think the view is impressive here? Wait until we reach higher ground. Actually, seeing as it's your first visit, permit me to show you my favorite spot. Spot we found him in.
I will never tire of this vista. The endless fields, the boundless skies. 'Tis a sight to make a man forget his cares.
But not his purpose, I trust. Might this be a fitting moment to tell us what we are doing here?
Of course. During my time with the Mole, I learned some few myths of this land. One goes thus. In the distant past, when all seemed doomed, a wayfaring soul came unto the steppe. Venturing into the northern crag, he received of Nama a sliver of her essence, a shard of the shining moon, and with it clove the tainted land from the earth. The end thus averted, to these fields did the wayfaring soul return, and venturing once more into the northern crag, he buried the shard, and made unto the heavens an offering of blood.
A tainted land cloven from the earth, and an offering of blood to the heavens. Azizlar and Dalamud.
That was my thinking, yes.
And you believe that yonder mountains hide an artifact possessed of sufficient power to raise Azizlar up to the heavens? I suppose that might suffice.
Worth a closer look, would you say?
I would.
From here we shall travel to Mol Ilo. There we may ask Serena about the particulars of the myth, and raise the matter of an alliance with the rulers of the steppe. Ian, Kinliana, I'm glad of your visit, and the opportunity to welcome a new friend. How may we serve you? There's a matter I would discuss with the mole. It concerns not only the peoples of the steppe, but of every land in the Far East. Shard of the shining moon left behind by a wayfaring soul. And you need this to protect our lands? I do. My friends and I was to find the shard and ascertain the extent of its power. Will you tell me more of the place where it lies buried, this northern crag? That is your wish. In the mountains to the north, there's a cavern called the House of the Crooked Coin. Inside the cavern are pillars of stone that legends hold to be the source of Nama's power. There, I believe, you will find what you seek. Ah, yes, I know the place. There's a brisk walk from here. And what are your thoughts on the alliance? If the Empire return to our lands will be engulfed in a storm of conflict, whether we will it or no. If we do not stand together, we will fall apart. This I believe with all my heart. However... Among the tribes of the steppe, there are those who revere Nama above all else. To them the pillars are sacred, and not to be disturbed. You proceed as you propose, such tribes are like to spurn an alliance, prompting others to follow their example. That is my concern. But it is by no means certain that the pillars will provide the power you seek. Ere you risk the ire of the followers of Nama, might you first visit the House of the Crooked Coin? If all is as you hope, we may then consider how best to earn their blessing. I thank you for your counsel. We will do as you suggest. I have no desire to give offense to those with whom I would join hands. Thank you for understanding. Though the mole may reign over the steppe today, this decision will shape the days to come, and we would not force others into war against their will. Nor we. 100-fold stranger are they who choose to fight for their own. 100-fold stronger are they who choose to fight of their own accord. Yeah, this line here spurred a lot of fan content in my noggin. Strange, amidst the radiance of your being, I sense a shadow. I pray it is but my imagination. What does that mean? Seems the time has come to put my skills to use. Pray lead the way to the House of the Crooked Coin.
Such an abundance of ether.
Are we in luck?
We are. This is an Allegan artifact, most likely built to regulate the flow of ether. I strongly suspect the ancients used it to stem the flow from here to the burn. That would explain how they were able to untether what became Azizlar from its surroundings. But were we to throw open the floodgates, the resultant deluge would surely be sufficient to raise our wall. And in restoring the flow, we may also restore life to the wasteland.
What is it?
While the device itself harbors a surfeit of ether, the opposite is true of the surrounding area. An effect of regulation, perhaps. A similar phenomenon seemed to be occurring in Doma. Whatever the explanation, the answer will not reveal itself here. We have seen what we needed to see. Let us return to Mol Ilo.
You found that which you seek, then? Great indeed is the Dusk Mother's power. If not less will suffice to protect our lands, the blessing of other tribes must now be sought. Of course, but to which tribe should we appeal? There are many who worship Nama, but none are so fervent in their faith as the Dothal. Their consent shall be the key. The Dothal? Least spoke of them, a warlike tribe possessed of unique customs and beliefs. I sense their cooperation will not be easily won. Nay, but it will be well worth the effort. The Dothal fear nothing, death least of all, and our alliance would be greatly strengthened by their presence. Let us go to Dothal Ka and treat with their Hatun Sadu. Mom is just making so much noise today. Closing doors, slamming things around. Loud enough to peak the mic, then it's loud. No, it's not true. The mic's pretty sensitive, but it is in a different room through closed doors. You again. Other matters demand our time, Han, unless it is battle you seek. Alas not. Quite the opposite, in fact. Talking, always talking. You say the pillars hold great power? Of course they do. They are the source of Nama's strength. The Dathal, no place is more sacred, and we will make ash of any who would defile it, though I see this is not your wish. You see the wisdom of our proposition, then? You will join hands with us? I said nothing of joining hands. You wish to wield Nama's power to defend these lands, and this I will allow. But for leaving the steppe to fight the men in iron, I would have something in return. Namely battle with you, Han. The Nadam ended ere it began. I would face you again, alone, without distractions. Defeat me, prove yourself the stronger, and you will have the Dathal as your allies. Surely these are agreeable terms. Well, this is not a wholly unexpected turn of events, so I had assumed I would be the one required to fight. Alas, the Hatun has made her choice. Shall we dance? Ha! It shall be a battle the steppe will not soon forget. Ah, my soul already burns brighter. Prepare yourself, Han, and await me outside the Ka. I will gather my witnesses and join you anon. Oh, Sadhu Hatun. What a delightful woman.
Yes! This spot shall serve as well as any. I shall enjoy this, Han.
Is this truly necessary? Have you no peaceable way of making decisions?
Speak not of peace. You stand before proud warriors of the Dathal. In the heat of battle do our souls burn brightest. We lay low the strong that we may rise higher. That is our way. The way of might. There is no other.
Oh, they do not want for conviction.
Indeed. It's what makes them such dangerous enemies. And such useful allies.
Enough talk! It is time to fight!
Come, Han, let us dance. You are strong indeed, a worthy champion of the steppe. But you are mistaken if you think I will fall so easily.
In death do our souls sing!
Ah, fighting you is pure bliss. A sweet pleasure. I will not suffer it to end so soon. hurt by that. Well, do not tell me that is all you have. My soul demands more, Han. Give me more. My arms grow heavy, my eyes dim. But so long as my lifeblood flows, I will fight on! Come, let us begin anew! 60 seconds to meteor impact.
Since the Nardum has my soul burned so. Come, we have only just begun.
Enough! You were not granted leave to set the steppe ablaze.
Well, well, the sun has come out to play.
Be gone, Moonstruck Oranir! I am busy!
Fool of a Dothal! Have you forgotten the face of your master already? The sun will never set! From his seat on high, he reigns over all, now and forever.
Y'shtola. I love her. She's like, God, I hate it here.
Yet what should he find here but a battle to determine the fate of the steppe? A battle waged without his blessing. This will not stand. You, Doman! You who come to petition the warriors of this land, forget that all Nama's children are wards of the Oranir. As first among my brothers, your petition is mine alone to judge.
These words are as wind from a horse's backside. Plentiful, but your axe sings more sweetly. Let her speak for you.
Insolent child. You will learn your place.
Forgive me, Brother Magni, but we have an arrangement with the Dothal. We will not abide any interruptions.
So be it. The sun will pass judgment on all. Didakul, join me.
The sun is in good company. We may dance alone.
Beg not for mercy, for you will have none. Bear witness to the power and the glory of Azim!
Constantly at each other's throats like rabid dogs. Gods, I'm turning into her. I have not the patience for this, but if we must fight, let us at least be brief. Come.
And while Kinliana continues her battle with Sadu, we get to control our good friend and battle as Y'shtola. Come, plead your case to the sun. Ah, we shall endeavor to be most convincing. When we've claimed victory, I claim Hien for the Boudiga. Do as you will. Focus on Magni. Leave Didacul to me. You too must learn your place. Oh shit, I forgot her Aether Wall is just an instant mana restore, it's not a regen over time. Ha, if you hit Didacul at all, it's like, stop! Like, look, I was using my instant, okay? You left yourself open, Doman!
Mark well and learn.
Before the sun!
Let us be about it.
To me. How about you?
Y'shtola says, I'm done! We're done with this! God! Oh, what strength! What grace is this? This is Y'shtola saying, we are done with your bullshit. Oh man, the sickest burn in all of history is coming up. I can't wait. My battle's done.
Never have I felt such bliss in defeat. 'Twas a battle to burn soul and flesh to ash. We Dothal will lend you our strength as promised. Narma's power is yours to wield. What does the sun say to that?
The sun is not driven by base motives such as yours. But they have been judged and found worthy. It is the way of the Oranir to accord recognition and respect to the strong. You have made sufficient proof of your strength. The sun shall answer your call.
You have our thanks. We are glad to call you allies.
You? By what are you called?
The fucking side eye. He just gave the side eye like, oh god.
Are you...
Oh, Magni, please.
Are you my Nama?
I beg your pardon?
In battle, you shone with all the majesty of the full moon's light. Your healing touch, the embodiment of the Dusk Mother's love. Long had I wondered if my Nama might not be a woman of the steppe. Beholding you, I am all but certain. Now, look into my eyes. Could it be? Could you be?
I am not interested, little son. Try again when you've become a man.
Little?
God, I love her.
Little son! Little son! Does it pain you, little son? Crave you salve to soothe the ache? Fire to sear the wound in your heart?
We have wasted enough time here. Siren awaits for word of our success.
God, I love the Zayla. Well, we're getting out of the middle of this one. I will be right back. I'm gonna run to the restroom. I just wanted to finish out that cutscene. You had not only to contend with Sadu, but Magnai too. Such a fierce battle that must have been. Yet here you stand triumphant. Having passed such a test, they could not well deny you their allegiance. The Mole will make no such demands. Weak though we are, we will gladly stand with you. The steppe is our home, and we will defend it with all of our being. You have my heartfelt thanks. Of all the tribes of the steppe, there are none I would rather have at my side. God's willing, many more will rally to our cause. I shall send your word when we have the answers from all the tribes. I cannot thank you enough, Cyrena. None of this would have been possible without you. We have the requisite consent. 'Tis time to put Nama's power to use. The Aether flows as planned. All that remains is to have the Ironworks engineers do their work at the ruins. Come, let us return to the house of the Crooked Coin. I shall begin at once. You may wish to step back.
Did it work?
It did. Ether may flow freely to the burn once more.
I do not pretend to understand what you did, Y'shtola, but you did it. Thanks to you, and Kinliana, of course, we have taken a momentous step towards securing our defenses. Now, as much as I believe a rest is in order, we should probably make haste back to the Enclave. Agreed. The others may already have returned from their missions, and I would have to know how things stand. As would I. Without further ado, then. Damn it. Judging by our triumphant expressions, I take it that all went well on the Azib Steppe. Indeed, we have secured a suitable source of energy for the barrier. Good. Tataru and I have commissioned Garland Ironworks to ensure that the field generators functioned as they should. A team of engineers stand ready to set out for the burn at a moment's notice. You need only say the word. I thank you for engaging their services on our behalf. The minutiae of the arrangement you may leave to me. Which just leaves me the small matter of our alliance. So, Yugiri and Hakuro, how fared you with our neighbors? My lord, all of the factions we approached are in agreement that the Empire poses a threat, and many responded positively for talk of an alliance. From Hingashi and Suino Sato, however, we received outright rejections. The former will not break its treaty with the Empire, and the latter will not involve itself in conflict. Just as we expected, then. Well, there is naught to be done about it. We must focus on the rest. Each of the nations that were amenable to an alliance, I will personally send a missive. And once I've attended to that, I believe we have done everything we can do to fortify Doma's defenses. For the time being, at least. All of which means I may leave for the meeting in Alamigo with a lighter heart. Yugiri, Hakuro, if you'd be so kind as to hold the fort in my absence. My friends, we could have not achieved so much in so little time without your help. For that, I give you my heartfelt thanks. Till the meeting, then. I took the liberty of asking Thancred to attend as well. He should have arrived in the Alamigan quarter by now. And let us not keep him waiting, shall we? Stola has told me all, and I duly told Ariange and Kryl. Kryl in particular was concerned about Elfino, but I assured her that everything that can be done is being done. She agreed to continue with her own tasks for the time being, on the condition that I contact her the moment there's any development. That leaves the four of us to attend the council. Arenvald is here to assist with security, incidentally, though the poor lad seems altogether too distracted for the task. Another one missing Elfino, I expect. Ah, but it's almost time. As soon as you're ready, present yourself to the guardsmen at the palace entrance. I shan't be far behind. Ah, the Scions of the Seventh Dawn. Welcome to Alamigo. The Alliance leaders have already arrived. May I show you to the meeting chamber? Shit's about to go down! That's what that box said. For some auto advance.
Mistress Lys, Commander Aldin, it gives me great pleasure to formally welcome the city-state of Alamigo to the Eorzean Alliance.
The pleasure is ours, Your Grace. I know I speak for all Alamegans when I say that we are glad of this chance to stand with our comrades of the Alliance.
And we, for our part, are glad indeed to be able to welcome friends both old and new.
Lord Hien of Doma, at your service. Pray, accept my heartfelt thanks for your generous invitation.
Nay, 'tis we who must thank you for journeying so far. And 'twould be remiss of me not to acknowledge the part the Scions of the Seventh Dawn have played in bringing all of us together. In times of great unrest, you and yours have been our constant companions, without whom we would not be here.
With apologies to Lord Hien and Mistress Alize, it occurs to me that we have not gathered in this way since that fateful day in Uldar.
The day I lost my arm and my freedom. As I lay in my cell, never did I dream that I would one day be given the chance to represent my homeland at this council. I would not even be alive had you not plucked me from the jaws of death. You, Yugiri, and Elfino. Would that the lad could be with us.
I too owe my presence here to Elfino, in so many ways. Until such time as he returns, I mean to carry on his good work as best I can.
Come, friends. Let us leave the past in the past and turn our eyes to the future. My Lord Hien, pray, tell us how things stand in the east.
Having heard the rumors of dissent in Garlemald, I dared to dream of a peaceable solution.
The Empire will not so easily change its ways. If the Garleans have a mind to take back Doma and Alamigo, we'll be hard-pressed to stop them, even with the might of 6 nations. But while we lack the strength to fight the tide, a course may yet present itself, if we read the winds aright.
The winds suggest but one course to me. One which leads from the sea unto the river and thence to the source of all our woes.
The Ascians.
Indeed. All here have felt their blighted touch. It was the bringers of chaos who nurtured the Archbishop's tyrannical ambitions. They who bestowed upon him the secrets of summoning, as they have so many others before and since. And while they remain, we shall know no peace.
Our objective is clear. The question is how to achieve it. That our enemy parades about in Xenos' skin poses problems in itself, but ere we get to them, how are we to infiltrate the Empire and get close enough to strike?
While I see the wisdom in targeting the Ascians, an assassination attempt on Garlean soil would do little to aid our cause, even were it to succeed. It's time we used our enemy's preferred tactic: subterfuge.
You have an idea? Speak your mind, Master Thancred. None here know the enemy better than the Scions, and you mayhap best of all. Whatever it is you propose, we will give it fair hearing. On that you have my word.
Very well, Admiral. My proposal is thus. We dispatch the shinobi to Imperial territory. There, they sow the rumor that the Crown Prince perished in the battle for Alamigo, and that the man parading around is in fact a corpse inhabited by a servant of darkness.
Well, it does have the ring of truth about it. And were the Garleans to learn that their future ruler is a puppet, the Empire would be shaken to the core.
But at the risk of sounding stupid, would they actually believe such an unlikely story? I didn't.
Ordinarily not. But prior to his miraculous recovery, rumors of Xenos' death had already begun to circulate around the Empire. Ultimately, however, what the masses believe is not our chief concern. Our true objective is to create an opening for rival factions within Garlemald to exploit.
Just as a war of succession erupted in the wake of Emperor Solus's death.
A war which raged until but recently, plunging the Imperial House into disarray as nephew and uncle grappled for the throne. It is no coincidence that one of Varus's first acts as Emperor was to name Xenos heir apparent, family feuds being so tiresome when armies are involved. Not all welcomed his choice of successor, however. There is no shortage of individuals who aspire to the throne, who would jump at any chance to seize power. The news that Xenos is not only dead, but a puppet to diabolical forces would be too enticing to ignore.
The Empire would not be quick to recover from a second war of succession.
I am no stranger to infiltrating Imperial territory. With a team of operatives gathered from among the Alliance's finest, the plan should have a reasonable chance of success.
Doma already has shinobi in place throughout the provinces. We stand ready to act, and act we must. What say you all?
I'm for Master Thancred's proposal. We shine a light upon the Ascian and test the Empire's unity.
It was his plot that scuttled Doma's negotiations, was it not? Why then, if we can eliminate him, there may yet be a chance for peace. Let us wage this war of subterfuge, that we may one day lay down our arms. Gods know we never will while the Ascians remain.
That way.
Oh.
Sorrow. History must be changed.
Who is this?
Ahead looms a calamity. Ahead looms light, expunging all form and life. Twin dooms only you can forestall. Only you.
What's the matter?
There's a voice.
Spies in our midst.
Nay, I sense no such presence.
Let expanse contract. Eon become instant. Throw wide the gates that we may pass.
Is it over?
Master Thancred!
12 for Fend. Bear him to a private chamber. Have every healer make ready. Swiftly!
Master Thancred remains in slumber. Though his vital signs appear stable, he's unresponsive.
What could have done this? And why just him and not the others?
I'm afraid we could not identify the cause, my lady. Our examinations revealed no wounds, nor the presence of any poisonous substances.
Gods, that only makes it worse. You're to let us know the moment there's any change, all right?
Thank you for coming. Knowing Thancred, he would apologize for being otherwise engaged at so crucial a juncture.
In gifting us a course of action, Thancred sowed the seed of all that is to follow. We have but to nurture it as best we can. To him, I would say, rest easy, that he may wake to enjoy the fruits of our labors. Now, the matter of the mysterious voice must not be forgotten. Will you tell me exactly what happened?
Alize and I heard a voice in the moments before Thancred collapsed. It was accompanied by a severe headache, as if something were clutching at our minds. Did you experience the same thing?
So, in between the voice and the pain, you felt as if you were somewhere else entirely.
Your testimony confirms my suspicion. That which you experienced was, I believe, your soul being plucked from your flesh. Called.
Called?
I myself examined Thancred. Reach out as I may, I could not sense in him the spark of life that is his soul. That Thancred alone was stricken so is likely due to his heightened sensitivity to the effects of ether, a consequence of his prior possession by the Ascian Lahabrea. The owner of the voice, whoever it may be, reached out to you, called your souls, and in so doing, caused you and yours such pain.
But if that's true, where exactly are we being called to?
I know not. Yet one thing is plain. Whoever waits for you on the other side is possessed of a power unlike any I have ever known.
Forgive us, Lys, but may we leave Thancred in your care for a time?
As if you had to ask. I may not be a scion anymore, but I'm no less a friend. Don't worry. I'll see to it that Thancred's well looked after. Just focus on solving this mystery, all right?
Thank you, Lys. As the Elder Seedseer says, 'tis no ordinary individual we are dealing with. Nor can we discount the possibility of Ascian involvement.
Whoever or whatever is behind this, the sooner we find out, the better.
And just like that, we are down one scion. I just tried to call Urianger on his link pearl. He didn't respond, but I dare to hope that he possesses some knowledge we do not. Ah, Urianger! Something happened during the meeting. Thancred's collapsed. A disembodied voice suddenly started... What? But that's... We should talk about this in person. Alright, we'll meet you there. That was Urianger. You heard the voice too. In Thanalan? As we alone were afflicted during the meeting, I had my suspicions, but if the voice also spoke to Urianger, there can be little doubt. The Scions were targeted specifically. By whom and what end is the question, one of which we must find and answer with all possible haste. Urianger agreed to meet us at the Rising Stones. If any of the others heard the voice, we'll find out soon enough. Good luck. I should get back to the meeting with the Elder Seedseer, but if there's anything I can do, anything at all, you must let me know, alright? Promise me. Right, let's be on our way.
Urianger! Gods, it's good to see you.
Would that our meeting were under happier circumstances. I judged the voice sufficient cause for concern even before you sent word of its effect on our comrade.
You heard it too, then?
Aye. And all but certainly at the selfsame instant. Alas, pained as I was, I could make little sense of what few words did then reach mine ears.
Who do you think is responsible? Could this be the Ascians doing?
That I cannot say. Not when so little is known. Ere I indulge in speculation, I would examine Thancred with mine own eyes.
To Alamigo, then, without further delay.
One other thing. During my visit to the Far East, I observed a strange phenomenon.
Thou referrest, I presume, to the localized reduction in etheric density.
Well, that spares me the trouble of an explanation. Yes, I noted precisely that at two apparently unconnected locations. I take it the phenomenon is not limited to the Far East.
Indeed not. Of late, our agents charged with surveilling the beast tribes have spoken of little else. In every corner of the realm, they tell of places in which the ether hath grown thin. Naturally, my suspicions first turned to primal activity, but the areas thus affected betray no evidence of summoning. I must confess to being quite perplexed.
If the same phenomenon is being observed in multiple locations on opposite sides of the world, we may safely discount regional factors. Needless to say, this warrants further investigation.
Indeed, I shall make it my task to. The voice. It calleth to me once more.
I hear it too.
Only you. Only you.
No! Ishtola! Urianger!
Throw wide the gates.
No! No! This can't be happening! Y'shtola! Urianger! Open your eyes! Open your eyes, I beg you! Say something! Anything! Not again. Please, not again.
Now we're down 3. Forgive me, that was an unseemly display. Happened before our very eyes, my lady. None here would have behaved any differently. We have borne the two of them to a private chamber, but tell me, is it true that Master Thancred languishes in the saint-like state in Alamigo? Afraid so. Now, given the circumstances, it would seem best to observe them together. I will send word to Lys that he should be brought here. Take heart, my lady. The world is full of scholars and knowledgeable folk of every persuasion. Someone out there is bound to know what ails our comrades, and how it may be cured. Thus, we will rouse them, no matter what. That we will, Hori. That we will. First things first, our comrades will have questions. May I ask that you explain the situation to them? I must attend to a private matter. Oh, I promised I'd visit someone in Limsa. He's been waiting at Maelstrom Command for a while now. You know, you should come along too. I think he'd be glad to see you. As you probably guessed, it's Gabu we've come to see. Private here will bring him out to us. Ever since the maelstrom took him in, I've tried to visit as often as I can, and after what befell our friends, I was taken by the urge to visit again. It's difficult to explain.
Here he is, my lady.
Gabu, it's been too long.
I'm afraid there's been no change. If he can see or hear us, he has given no sign.
I see. You're still fighting. I'm proud of you. We promised that we would come and visit you together, didn't we? Alphino and I. I'm sorry that we haven't managed that yet. You know, with the three of us like this, does it not remind you of that night? Of the stars beyond count twinkling in the heavens? I was feeling pretty low back then. Powerless. But I knew that my brother was close by if I needed him, and that the others would be waiting for me back at the Rising Stones. Not like now. I've seen my share of trouble since coming to Eorzea. Been reminded again and again of my limitations, of how little I can change about this world. And I've come to know the sorrow of parting all too well. But to have the people I hold dear struck down before my eyes, and be powerless to help them, that I cannot bear.
You don't have to bear this burden alone.
No, I don't. You're right. It's pure arrogance to imagine I can solve everything by myself. You'd think I'd have learned that by now. Thank you. I don't know what I'd do without you. Well, that's more than enough brooding for one day. Come on. We have friends to save.
Just return to the Rising Stones and take it from there. Thanks again for agreeing to come. It meant a lot to me. I did some thinking on the way back, and I think Hori was right. We need to seek outside help. Ordinarily, we would turn to our own experts on such matters, but they are both among the stricken. I will begin by reaching out to the myriad guilds and research institutions here in Eorzea. Additionally, Grandfather and Minfilia had a wealth of connections between them, and I mean to explore those avenues too. We'll find a way to save everyone, mark my words. Much and more has happened in recent days, some for the good, some not so. But all around me, people continue their fight. From the shinobi who search for Alphino to the Alliance members who make ready to move against the Empire, they march on in the face of some great adversity, bearing heavy burdens. Everyone is playing their part, so must I. You have your own part to play, I know, and it's bigger than most, but I won't keep you. Just promise that you'll visit from time to time, and I promise I'll have good tidings to share with you when you do. Meanwhile, in the Imperial Fortress of Doom.
The Populares no longer present an obstacle. Now is the time to bring the Empire's might to bear. A word from your Radiance is all it takes. But one word, and the Imperial army will fall upon Alamigo as a pack of bloodthirsty wolves and tear that feeble nation apart. Have you no words for me? Despite the lengths I go to, an emissary playing the part of a fool. When first I took this face, I swore to use all of my knowledge, all of my power, to further the cause of the Empire. My deeds stand testament to my commitment. And with this adamant flesh at my disposal, I could destroy the Icon Slayer as easily as one might swat a fly. Why do you hesitate? Our enemy is resourceful. Though victory is certain now, it will not remain so indefinitely. Deliberate if you must, but be quick about it. We'll speak again when you have unburdened yourself of doubt. Until then, I take my leave, Father.
I should be the one to sigh. I played my part to perfection. I had earned my rest, and then, thanks to La Habrea's crowning act of idiocy, our favorite emissary sees fit to summon me back. Elidibus was ever a warrior, a most tiresome trait, would you not agree?
It's the boy.
What? Have you no words for me either? No matter. I've long grown weary of this mummery. Now, my dearest grandson, let me remind you of your place in the simplest of terms. You do not make judgments, you administer them. Swiftly and to the letter. Naught else is your concern. Elidibus may be an insufferable bore, but he is no fool. his choices as emissary seldom err. If aught threatens the balance twixt light and dark, it falls to you to remove it. Be it by your own hands or by your armies, you have ample means at your disposal. That is why this empire exists, why I built it. Oh dear, have I touched a nerve? You always were an easy one to read. I pity you, I do. As they say, ignorance is bliss. And I know how much happier you would be not knowing the things you know. The founding father was an Ascian, and he created the Empire solely for the purpose of sowing the seeds of chaos. Don't take it personally. I merely do my duty. To bring about a calamity requires no small amount of power, and there is no surer way to obtain such power than by collecting powerful pawns. To that end, I have labored long and hard, and I must say I am quite pleased with my handiwork, paltry though it seems in comparison to Alec.
You fiends are overfond of your own voices. Mark me, Ascian. Man is the master of his own destiny.
Such a waste of time and energy, both yours and mine. Lest you forget, you are Emperor now. If you wish to spout drivel about man's destiny, save it for the masses. It will serve to give them a sense of purpose, and you pliant pieces for the game. Oh, do stop sulking, boy. You, of all people, should understand. Ours is a struggle to restore both mankind and the world to their rightful state. Viewed thus, our goals are one and the same.
What in the world? Dead. All dead. Yet I see no wounds, nor any evidence of battle. Damn them, they finally used it. The Empire developed an alchemical weapon in Girabanya, a gas. Black Rose it was called, and to breathe it is to breathe your last. And that did this? I thought the project abandoned, its vile fruit destroyed. Naught else could have wrought such atrocity. Fools. What do they hope to gain with this butchery? Do they not see that a rule won through terror will not endure? How many more provinces must they lose? Nay, wait. This is not the work of men, but monsters. The Ascians. Cannot be a coincidence that their trail led us here. Their objective was never to rule, but to sow strife and discord. Such a crime does indeed bear the mark of the bringers of chaos. Black Rose cannot be allowed to kill again. We must find the Ascians and put to end their plot. That's the end of 4.4. I forgot that patch drops a lot on you. Like, a lot. It's like you're just going about your business, you do a dungeon, and then suddenly your fucking fellow scions are getting their souls pulled out of their body left and right. They introduce Black Rose. Oh, and also, Emperor Solus, the guy who founded the Empire, was an Ascian. And the Empire purely made to ruin everyone's day.
I'm glad you've come, though I'm afraid there's little in the way of good news. After you left, we reached out to both the Alchemists Guild and Stillglade Fane and attempted all manner of treatments. But the results were always the same. Whatever the answer is, it's not alchemy or conjuring. Why did it have to be Y'shtola and Urianger and not me? Out of all of us, they are the ones who could feasibly have solved this puzzle. And Alphino's still missing. Gods, it's all going wrong. Where do we even start?
A grave situation indeed. Might I be of some assistance?
Kryl! I thought you busy delving into the mysteries of Eureka.
When word reached me of the plight of our friends, I could not well stay away. As a fellow scion, not to mention your erstwhile mentor, this is one of those times you should feel free to call on me, regardless of my personal circumstances.
Yes, I should have thought of that. Thank you for coming, Kryl. We would welcome your insight.
And I should be happy to provide it. Now, what's this I hear about Alphino heading into Imperial territory? That boy always did have some funny ideas. Do you remember the speech he gave when he was accepted to the Studium?
My life's goal is naught less than the salvation of this star.
That particular grand pronouncement has been a source of great embarrassment to him, as you know. But the fact of the matter is, he meant every word and has lived his life accordingly.
Yes, he remains altruistic to a fault, but I'm worried he was too fixated on his goals to see the dangers, as has happened before.
You needn't be so concerned. Though his values remain the same, Alphino is not the blinkered boy he once was. Slowly but surely his eyes have been opened, thanks to a certain someone. A certain someone whom he'd be mortified to learn had heard about his little speech. Mum's the word, eh? Right, I'd better have a look at our patients. They're in the infirmary, I assume. I'll need absolute quiet, so it would be best if I did this alone. If you'll excuse me. All three are in fine physical health. At a glance, I would say they were merely sound asleep. Except for the fact that I couldn't sense the slightest trace of them in their bodies. It's as if their souls have taken leave of their physical forms.
Ah, yes. The Elder Seedseer made a similar observation.
I've read the report. When you heard this mysterious voice, you described feeling as if you were somewhere else, yes? If we assume the ether which comprises your essence is being drawn to some other place, then it may be possible to follow the trail it leaves behind, just as we did in our search for Thancred.
I wasn't around for that, but I can't imagine it was easy.
Oh, it wasn't. But that's no reason not to try. I will have need of Master Matoya's crystal eye if I'm even to make the attempt. So I suggest we pay her a visit.
I've probably killed you before, but that's okay. We're gonna do it again for funnies. Feed them Chivos. And the music ticks on for a year after the enemy's already dead. I'd heard Master Matoya was something of a recluse, but this seems extreme. Still, I'll happily overlook her eccentricities if she agrees to help us. Is already on.
Come to disturb my peace again, have you? I hide myself away in a cave, and still you people insist on pestering me with your problems. Oh, I mistook you for young what's-his-name, but I see now you're the sister. Weren't you supposed to be the lively one? I've seen happier faces at a rain-sodden burial.
Well, I'm sorry to dash your expectations, but the situation isn't exactly conducive to gaiety.
Ha! That's more like it. Stoller used to spit and hiss like a wildcat too. Better for a young thing like you to be filled with fire and leave the doom and gloom to your elders. Now, what exactly does this tragic situation of yours have to do with me?
If I may, Master Matoya, we have need of your crystal eye once more.
And Stoller is one of the afflicted, is she? Very well. She may be an ungrateful stray, but she's my ungrateful stray, and I'll not see her buried before I am.
Right. Let us see what we can see. I'll begin from where our friends first fell, and cast my senses out from there.
What is it? Did you find them?
This doesn't make sense. How is it even possible?
How is what possible? Kryl, what did you see?
The threads, they just ended. And no, I didn't lose track of them. I followed them as far as they went. It's as if they were cut off.
Could their ether have dissipated if it had? Oh gods! Their bodies are just husks. It's like the Broodmother's daughter all over again.
No, this is different. The Kalyana girl was already dead, body and soul, when Lakshmi effected her resurrection.
Aye, let's not jump to conclusions. If their physical forms yet breathe, and show no signs of wasting, then it follows that their souls must still be intact somewhere.
But where?
That's the question, isn't it, girl? Death has not taken them to the ethereal sea, yet there are no tracks left for us to follow.
We're no closer to an answer than when we started. But knowing their souls are still out there is progress of a sort. We just have to keep looking. Pray, excuse me a moment. Yes? I remember, but... What, to Alamigo? We're on our way. That was Lise. Apparently, a group of Populares have defected to Alamigo, and Maxima, the envoy Alphino left with, is one of them. I'm sorry. I realize we've barely begun here, but...
Go, child, go! You've made up your mind, and life's too short for dithering.
I'll do some digging in the meantime and see if there isn't some other method we could use to continue the search.
Let's be off then.
Oh, not again. The enchantment barely seems to take these days. I chalk it up to old age, but I rather doubt it's that simple.
Before they took ill, Y'shtola and Urianger were sharing notes on a thinning of the ether. It seems to be happening all over.
Does it now? And here I was, all set to blame my woes on that creaking mountain of refuse clogging up the Thaliac. I fear something has gone awry. Still, there's naught to be gained from starting at shadows. You can only do what can be done, and that but one thing at a time.
That was the woman who tamed Y'shtola. I had the distinct feeling of being grabbed by the scruff of the neck and having the nonsense shaken out of me. When Alphino is back, I'd like to visit again and ask her what tales she has of grandfather. I almost can't bear to hear what Maxima has to tell us. But it can't be bad news, can it? Lise would have said. Unless... there's no point in speculating. Lise said she notified the guards of our coming, so we should head straight to the palace gate in the Alamigan Quarter. I'll be praying for good news. I'll be praying for good news, even. Learn what you can about Alphino's plight, and leave the search for our friend's lost souls to me. It do be kind of popping off. I hope that someone's here lurking to enjoy it. I'm enjoying it. But I hope that anyone lurking, if there is anyone lurking, and I hope there's someone lurking, I hope you're having a good time.
I'm sorry to drag you halfway across the realm, but when Maxima mentioned Alphino, I thought you'd want to hear the news in person.
Ah, we meet again. Though I was hoping our reunion would be under more auspicious circumstances.
What happened to my brother? Where is Alphino?
Never fear, my lady. Your brother was in fine health when I took my leave of him, and I have no reason to assume that has changed.
You assume?
If you will allow me, I shall endeavor to explain events. Our troubles began not long after we departed Doma. While crossing the burn, we were fired upon by the Emperor's personal guard and forced to make an emergency landing. As we stumbled from the wreckage, our attackers fell upon us again, and we would have perished there and then were it not for the intercession of a third party, a band of mercenaries whose leader claimed to pursue a vendetta against the Ascians.
That sounds like fun, Grant. Hope you had a good stream.
This Shadow Hunter, as he styled himself, then escorted us out of the wastes to relative safety. Upon arriving back in civilization, I gathered my Populares colleagues and prepared to flee the Empire. Master Alphino, however, declined the invitation to join us, preferring to continue his investigation into the Ascian threat.
Well, at least he's not lying in a heap in the burn. Tell us more about these Ascian hunters. Who are they? And is Alphino still with them?
He is. As to who they are, I'm afraid I have nothing to tell you. Beyond the fact that they root out and destroy Ascians, they were unwilling to divulge anything which might serve to identify them. They would not even reveal their next destination. But Master Alphino asked to accompany them all the same. Since parting company with your brother, we've been engaged in a game of cat and mouse with the Emperor's guard. We made our way through province after province, finding the army busy restoring order wherever we went, until we finally arrived here in Alamigo. I cannot thank Commander Aldin enough for giving us such an unexpectedly warm welcome.
I'm not inclined to turn away refugees, no matter which land they call home. And if they can tell me how things lie in Garlemald, all the better.
On that subject, there is much I would tell you. During the course of our journey, we heard tales that an entire rebel army had been slaughtered in the space of a single night. It would seem my former comrades grew tired of putting down uprisings in the conventional manner, and chose instead to bring a formidable new weapon to bear. Details were sparse, but the rumor alone was enough to dampen the flames of rebellion. I have also heard reports that several companies have withdrawn from their designated provinces and begun marching westward. It is my assessment that the Empire's forces are mobilizing for a large-scale military engagement.
Westward? You mean they're getting ready to invade Alamigo?
We knew this was coming, but not that it would be so soon.
We've barely even begun to shore up our defenses. They won't stop an invading army.
No, they won't. Dispatch messengers to the Alliance leadership requesting reinforcements, and send word to our officers in the field to hasten completion of those border fortifications. Prepare to meet the Imperials head on! No matter how quickly we act, we still want for time. When the enemy comes into view, our best recourse will be to open negotiations with their commander, and see that the ensuing proceedings take as long as possible.
Would you and Alize head to Doma and let Lord Hien know about this? I'm sure he'll want to hear about Alphino too.
Consider it done. We'll send word when...
Untold sorrow must be changed. Ahead looms a calamity.
Eon become instant. Throw wide the gates.
You heard it too. Well, at least we're both still standing.
Oh, thank the gods. I thought we'd lost you for a moment there. Why does this keep happening?
I wish I knew. Nothing we've tried has brought us any closer to an answer. We'll keep working on it. But first, we need to go and see Lord Hien.
other psychic communication, but no one present fell this time. That sounds fun, Grand. I haven't played any of the Phoenix Wright games. I should. I always hear good things, but I've never have. So Alfino is safe, for the present at least. Now all we need to worry about is a full-scale Imperial invasion. I'm actually glad at least tasked us, fucking English, God! I'm actually glad at least tasked us with visiting Lord Hien. Better to be dashing from place to place than sitting around stewing over things we can't change. To the Enclave. Y'all know that I don't know how to speak English. Crazy, I know. Oh, cat, my leg is falling asleep. I do love and appreciate you. Ouch, my leg. Greetings, my friends. I was just discussing future endeavors with the members of our newly formed alliance. Got the Kojin, the Confederacy, and the Mole. The Kojin and the Confederacy you already know, and it was your own strength of arms that won the cooperation of the steppe tribes. We've also been joined by our neighbors from Nangsha and the indomitable citizens of Dalmasca, but the scattered nature of the latter's resistance will somewhat delay their official induction. These proud peoples have united under a single purpose, to stand against the tyranny of the Garlean Empire. I'm glad to see your alliance is coming together so swiftly. As things stand, I fear we shall soon have need of your strength. I thank you for bringing me news of Alfino. Fate is never far from my thoughts, and not only because he is our emissary. As for the sudden deployment of Imperial forces, I agree that Alamigo would be wise to shore up its borders with all haste. Every report we receive from our shinobi indicates a massing of troops in the western provinces. It seems all but certain that the Empire is poised to bring its fist down upon Eorzea. I would help deflect that blow, but I cannot risk sending reinforcements just yet. We will remain vulnerable to airborne assault until our wall in the burn is in place. The all-important Allegan energy barrier. The energy barrier, yes. I thought to call it something more auspicious. A name drawn from the four lords of legend, perhaps. Sirius Aegis, or some such. Well, just a thought. The Ironworks engineers report that they have finished calibrating the generators, and they are ready to proceed to the testing stage. Have you time to attend the first test? You've seen the field which protected Azislaw firsthand, and I would be interested to hear how you think ours compares. I will come too, if you don't mind. Though I'm no Y'shtola, I may be able to offer some insight. Of course. Time being of the essence, it would be best if we made directly for the burn. Yugiri, I leave you and Hakuro to bring the War Council to a close. Understood. Your mounts are saddled and ready, my lord. Wear the storms. We will cross the burn by Yol and Falcon. As before, join me at the Overlook near the House of the Fierce. Give the word when you're ready to take wing. I'm ready.
It seems the engineers have matters well in hand. Should the barrier work as we intend, Doma will be free to reinforce her allies in Alamigo without fear of weakening her own borders. Honored friends, the time has come to put your hard work to the test. Start the generator.
Node 1 is operational. Nodes 2 to 8 are reporting similar energy levels. The barrier is forming. $1,000 yards, 2,000, 3,000. Expansion remains smooth. No fluctuations detected. Target altitude reached. The barrier is holding steady at 5,000 yards. We've done it!
Is that an Imperial airship? Of all the rotten timing.
But this is a gift, Mistress Alize. They can test our new wall for us. Seems solid enough, though I was hoping for a fireball.
You're not gonna hope that in a minute.
By the gods, it's Alphino. What are you? Let me go! He has my brother!
Lower the barrier!
We're about to run headfirst into a wall, Alize. I had to fix it. Time to find out who this Shadow Hunter is.
Be at ease, girl. The lad is not dead, merely locked in slumber.
No, not him too.
We could identify no cause and found no remedy. Thus I sought to return him to Doma, and into the arms of Lord Hien himself, it would seem. It is a day for fated reunions. Would you not agree, adventurer? Or should I address you as the Warrior of Light?
You, Gaius von Belsar.
Aye, Gaius van Belsar, the Black Wolf. That was the title I was given, one I have long since relinquished. Stand down. The legatus of the 14th Imperial Legion died in Castrum Meridianum. I am no more than Gaius Belsar, a man without rank or allegiance.
Impossible. There's no way you could have survived.
Do you remember how it unfolded?
Yeah, you were surprised the Ultima weapon cast Ultima.
How I was deceived by La Habrea? How I was convinced that reviving the Ultima weapon would allow me to bring peace to Eorzea? The Ascian used me, as he used so many others, all to further the restoration of his wretched god. Yet even with the might of Alec at my command, you bested me. And as the Praetorium went up in flames, I was content to burn along with it. For a moment, at least. A moment of folly. To surrender my life thus would have been to betray all who died for my cause. It was for them that I dragged myself free of the rubble, and swore vengeance on the Ascians. The Black Wolf has shed his pelt, never to return to Garlemald or her legions. I live now only to exact revenge. My principal quarry was to be La Habrea, whom I gather you have since ushered unto oblivion.
Oh yeah, he's super dead.
But so many more remain. Long as their kind lurked in the shadows, laboring to sow chaos throughout our world, I would see each and every one dragged into the light and put to the sword. Are the Scions not of like mind?
In this single respect, perhaps.
Then I shall continue the partnership the boy began, and share what intelligence I have acquired. Among the Ascians, the black-masked ilk are subordinate to those who wear red. This you already know. Yet among the red there exists a hierarchy. Those set adrift with the shards clearly stand below those still joined to the source. Nabriales, who once dared to intrude upon the Rising Stones, belonged to the former group, and while he was indeed a dangerous foe, his powers were inconsequential next to the paragons of the Source. The first was La Habrea, who plagues us no more. There is also the white-robed Elidibus, and the elusive Emmet Selk, about whom little is known.
We have files on La Habrea and Elidibus, but I believe this Emmet Selk is new to us? As I assume my brother told you, we have evidence to suggest that an Ascian now walks in the body of the Crown Prince. Have you identified this interloper?
Elidibus seems the most likely culprit. As emissary, it is his role to maintain the equilibrium between darkness and light. Your many deeds in Heideland's name have upset the balance, and I believe he seeks to restore it by throwing his considerable power behind the Empire. As a leader of the Ascians, he is one of our primary targets. It was on the trail of this very prey that the boy and I came across the scene of a failed uprising. In the absence of a single Garlean casualty, we inspected the bodies of the rebels, and the lack of any external injury drew my immediate attention. They had been slain by Black Rose, an alchemical invention of the Imperial Army. When I yet served as legatus, I ordered its production halted, and all stockpiles destroyed. Toxic gas is not a tool of conquest, but of extermination.
Toxic gas? This must be the new weapon Maxima warned us about. Something deadly enough to sweep away all resistance in a matter of hours. Gods. You don't think they're planning to use this in Alamigo, do you?
Put your fears to rest. We infiltrated the production facility and destroyed all existing stores of the chemical along with the plant itself. Even should they rebuild the operation, they will not soon manufacture another batch.
Regardless, I would draw your attention to a directive we discovered in the plant's records. The document was marked with a recent date and authorized with the signature of one Zeno Galvus.
A dead man signing the death warrant for thousands. 'Tis bad comedy.
But the tale does not end there. Within that same facility was a chamber filled with devices of elegant design. Cloning technology, we realized. And what should we find in each and every incubator? But a young Emperor Solus. All of which prompts the question, were the Ascians responsible for these abominations, or was it the will of the Emperor? I must know which hand guides the Empire. Though I have given up my rank, I am yet a son of Garlemald, and I will fight for the future of my homeland. It is time I return to the hunting of shadows. We should focus on our common foe. To reopen old quarrels now would serve no purpose.
You saved my brother's life, so I'm willing to let sleeping dogs lie. But in truth, it's not my decision to make.
You're right. There are more important matters at hand.
There was a time when I scorned those who placed their faith in false gods, even as I, in my blinkered conviction, place mine in Ascian promises. Unlike yours, my strength of will and my restraint was found wanting. We shall meet again, warrior of light.
So that was the infamous Black Wolf. An unexpected ally, to say the least. Well, I am content to leave the fine-tuning of the barrier to cleverer minds. Let us bid our friends from the Ironworks farewell, and see what can be done for Alphino back in Dorma.
Return of Gaius von Baelsar. No longer Von. The antagonist from 2.0 or Realm Reborn. And technically 1.0, but I didn't play 1.0. I was not a cool kid back then. Alphino is safely ensconced in a private chamber. My finest healer is examining him as we speak. I've spoken with the physician, and there are no outward signs of illness. Alphino is lost in a sleep from which he cannot be awoken, just like the others. It seems that even the lands of the Empire were not far enough away to escape that cursed voice. Share your frustration, Alize, I do, but Alphino is returned to us alive and otherwise unharmed. All that remains is to find the means to wake him. Until then, you can but fulfill your duties as a scion, yours and your brother's both. You're right, of course. There are arrangements to be made and little time to make them. The business then, my lord. Now that we know Seryu's wall works as intended, can we expect reinforcements for Alamigo? You most certainly can. As promised, we will send troops to bolster our allies in Eorzea without delay. Pray be aware, however, that they will not arrive without delay. Save for some few who boast teleportation magics, the bulk of our forces must be transported by sea, a lengthy voyage for which the smaller vessels favored by the Confederacy are ill-equipped. Accordingly, I mean to enlist the assistance of the East Aldenard Trading Company in finding suitable ships. As for navigating the distances in question, we are in the happy position of being able to call upon those who plotted the course of my people's exodus to Eorzea. Beyond the procurement of ships, I think it unlikely that our East Aldenard friends will consent to any involvement in military operations, but I'm certain they will afford Alfino a berth aboard one of their vessels. I shall have a Kyrigian accompany him every ilm of the way to the Rising Stones. You have my thanks, Lord Hien. Ugiri, I will go on ahead with our friends to Alamigo, enlist all of those capable of teleportation, and put them at the disposal of the Eorzean Alliance. As soon as possible, they will form the vanguard. Yes, my lord. This is exactly what we'd hoped for. Lys and the Alliance leaders will be glad, indeed, to welcome the combined strength of the East. Meanwhile, at the Black Rose chemical plant in the Fortress of Doom.
Our supplies of Black Rose have been ruined, but the new plant is already under construction. We should have the first batch ready in time for the offensive, Your Radiance.
See that you do.
Ah, yes, the infamous Black Rose. If I recall correctly, Gaius did not much care for the invention. A ruthless and indiscriminate weapon indeed, this airborne poison. It seems you are capable of making decisions worthy of your bloodline.
With no gift for sorcery, we Garleans must look to Magitech to even the odds. If it spares the needless deaths of our soldiers and serves the cause of this empire, there is no method I would not employ.
How very noble of you. Truly, though, I must commend you for embracing your role as Emperor. You play the part of the determined ruler well. Sometimes even I catch myself believing. A silent agent of death. Now that I think on it, Black Rose may well possess the perfect aspect. Slowly but surely, the deluge of light has worked upon the ether here in the source, and the gas should be most susceptible to its influence. Well, I shall leave you to your own devices. Go forth and bloody the land with your grand and glorious war.
While you do what, precisely?
Need you ask? I will be doing what all Ascians do.
I am well aware that your kind exists only to usher in the next calamity. But you seem oblivious to the harm your singular agenda causes to the Empire. You cannot have forgotten the events which followed your mortal demise. Our homeland was plunged into civil war for your failure to name a successor. The edifice you so carefully constructed was but a hair's breadth from collapse.
Are you truly so naive? You thought me oblivious to the consequences of a departure so painstakingly timed?
It was by design?
Well, of course it was. Though I will admit the resulting panic exceeded even my wildest expectations. But how can you be surprised? Throwing the world into disarray was the very purpose for which this nation was, as you say, so carefully constructed. If you have no further questions, I must be on my way. Since we may not meet again in this lifetime, it would be remiss of me not to offer a word or two of gratitude. I really must thank you for this surplus of vessels. I can mold any host into my own image, but having bodies tailor-made for me in this fashion is so much less tiresome. You dabbled in Allagan cloning techniques, yes? It certainly is a compelling, not to mention entertaining, field of research. And of all the options available, you chose the founding father on whom to experiment. You have a twisted streak to you, Varus, like grandsire, like grandson, hey? If events play out as planned, this will become something of a family enterprise. You will be the capstone of this world, I the anchor and shard, and together we will give the lie to this star's fraudulent existence.
Oh, Solus. What a boy. What a boy, what a boy. We must leave now to convene with the Eorzea's leaders, and it may be some time before I return to Doma. Akuro, I leave you in command. My lord. I shall assemble an advance party with all haste and join you in Alamigo forthwith. I just received word from Lys. The Alliance has established a base camp near Alamigo's northeastern border. Once we arrive in the locks, we are to report to a resistance officer stationed in Porta Praetoria, who will point us in the right direction. Let's not keep them waiting. Ah, you must be the Scion party I was told to look out for. If you'll follow me, I'll take you directly to the Alliance headquarters.
Welcome back, you two. Greetings, Lord Here. Glad you could join us.
Glad to be here. I would have come sooner, while our own defense is not in question, but I am pleased to report that our soldiers are assembling for deployment to Alamigo as we speak.
We're grateful for your support. Thanks to the efforts of our allies, it won't be long before we've established defensive positions on this front as well.
We have some good news too. Alphino has come back to us. As for the bad news,
so Alphino won't wake up. Gaius van Baelsar is alive and hunting Ascians, and the Empire is planning to poison us all with toxic gas. Does that sound about right? Ordinarily, any one of those things would have left me in shock. But the way things have been lately, it's all starting to seem pretty normal. Getting back to your report, are we sure this Black Rose is the weapon Maxima was talking about?
It fits the description. And it seems we have Alphino to thank for sparing us an early demonstration of its effectiveness. I have a feeling this won't be the last time his bravery in the Empire will serve us here in Eorzea. The threat of an unknown weapon has had us all on edge. But now that we know what we're dealing with, we can take steps to defend against it. As for Gaius, I'm not sure what to think. Am I happy he's alive? Not in the slightest. Am I happy he's hunting Ascians? Aye, I'd have to say I am.
Oh, speaking of Garleans you didn't expect to see, we have a tale of our own, as it happens. When we sent envoys to the Imperial Army to request talks, they returned with the message that Varys Zos Galvus would be attending.
The Emperor himself. Well, Varys did sanction the Popularis peace mission. But knowing that an Ascian walks in his son's skin, I do not see how we can trust him or anyone from that nest of vipers.
The Alliance would proceed with negotiations regardless, if only to give ourselves more time to prepare. We do, however, require your cooperation.
Right. Yes. So, as a condition for the talks to go forward, the Empire has requested that a member of the Scions be present. There'll be a representative from each Alliance nation, of course, but I'm afraid we have to ask that you come along too.
God, Lise, you know how much I hate politics. But then, what choice do I have? Alphino and the others aren't going to do it. Very well. I shall attend as the Scion's representative.
In case you're wondering why I didn't ask you, the Empire also requested the presence of Eorzea's champion.
I'm not fond of politics either.
Oh, you're not, are you? Come on, if Alisaie can put on a brave face, then so can you. Now, we don't know what Varys means to bring to the table, or why he wants you there, but having you close at hand should make all the difference.
The meeting will take place on the border. Anticipating an early assault, we mean to position the bulk of our forces nearby.
The Alliance leaders should already be on their way. Once you're ready, we can head out and join them.
Well, I don't suppose it's polite to keep an emperor waiting too long, shall we? Parley with the Emperor.
Esteemed representatives of the Eorzean Alliance. On behalf of the Garlean Empire, I thank you for inviting me here today. As this parley was convened at your request, I invite you to speak first.
Very well, Your Radiance. I, Nanimo Ulnamo, 17th in the line of Ul, should be pleased to oblige you. As recent events in Alamigo and Doma have made plain, the subjugation and exploitation of neighboring nations is not a sustainable policy. Should this day end in war, you may very well defeat us. But you will never extinguish the people's desire for freedom. Though it may not be in our lifetime, there will be another revolution, another war, and the cycle will continue. Doma has entered into a concord with the nations of Eorzea, a partnership wherein we recognize one another as equals. Garlemald could be afforded similar treatment. You need only set aside your ambitions and join us in paving a path towards peace.
You will not win me over with sophistry, Your Grace. As you know only too well, this alliance lacks the strength to keep the peace within its own borders. Even now, your struggles with the Beastmen continue unabated. Divided, you sow this fertile soil with the seeds of your differences and reap naught but discord and chaos for your trouble. Eorzea must be united under one leader, one purpose. I would offer you both and bring an end to your strife.
With all due respect, Your Radiance, the only thing that you offered the people of Alamigo was fear and hopelessness.
The citizens of Doma can also attest to the meager arms of Imperial rule. There is no purpose to be found in a life of oppression, each day more uncertain than the last.
Our people are willing to die for their freedom. A great many already have, and countless more will, if we don't put an end to this madness here and now.
We brought order and stability to your lives. This madness and bloodshed is of your own making. You broke the peace, not Garlemald.
Peace. Order. You kill our peoples, despoil our lands, take everything that is ours. And what? You expect us to lick the boot that grinds our faces into the dirt?
I expect you to weigh the costs. To recognize the countless lives have been lost on both sides in pursuit of a greater good, and to not squander all we have achieved in a fit of petulance.
I'm having a good time, Grant. This is like where the story really starts getting good.
Your Radiance. I fear I can personally attest to the dangers of pursuing one's vision with such righteous fervor. For 1,000 years, the Holy See of Ishgard waged war with dragons. A 1,000 years of sacrifice, of sorrow and hate, in which we bathed in the blood of friend and foe alike. Had it gone on any longer, we may well have drowned. Yet we have chosen to raise ourselves out of this bloody spiral, and have since made peace with our former enemy.
So I understand. No doubt the dragons were more receptive to your overtures in the wake of their leader's demise. You speak of peace, yet use war to achieve it. Your father would not have bothered to obscure his intent with honeyed words. He understood that strength is all that matters in the end. Without his clarity of vision, I can but wonder what will become of Ishgard and her people. There was a time when Garlemald too lacked a leader of conviction, weak and unable to wield magic, we were at the mercy of the strong from whom we sought refuge in the bitter cold of the north. Were it not for the discovery of ceruleum and the subsequent development of magitech, we might never have gained the power to take back that which was rightfully ours.
You speak as if your people were the first to have been driven from their homes. Limsa Lominsa was built by wayward souls in search of a place to call their own. On the shores of Vilbrand we found it, and from those humble beginnings did we grow and flourish. And all without robbing our neighbors of their liberty.
So saith the pirate. Am I to believe that you simply asked the kobolds to yield up their lands and that they were happy to oblige you? That you did not drive them out like rats in the hold of one of the many ships seized by your privateers? I will concede that after centuries of exile, reclamation may be mistaken for invasion. Nevertheless, it is not. And those who till stolen soil have no right to object when cast out in turn.
Your uncompromising nature rivals that of the Ixal. They too lament circumstances which they themselves perpetuate. Were they but to embrace peace, we would welcome them with open arms. Indeed, some few have done just that, and now receive of the 12's Wood's bounty. Would that your people might learn from their example.
You dare compare us to the Birdmen? You who thought to invoke the 12 and threaten all of creation?
I came here in the hope of finding some speck of common ground, but I see now these discussions will accomplish nothing. Despite what you people may believe, I am not wont to choose the sword over the olive branch. 'Tis but a pity men are loath to accept one without first being shown the other.
Wait! I beg you. This meeting was supposed to be a chance to find a way forward together, not to bemoan the missteps which brought us here. Please. If you truly consider violence a last resort, there must be a way we can come to an agreement.
As Mistress Alisaie says, we did not come here to bicker over the past, but to discuss how we might strive towards a brighter future. Emperor Varys, may I suggest a short recess, that all present might compose themselves prior to beginning anew?
Very well. I pray this intermission will suffice to move these talks in a more constructive direction.
Phew, this is really not my forte. After his radiance, his little performance, it was all I could do not to swear at him. I honestly don't know how I ended up playing as the mediator. I just asked myself what Alfino would have done, tried my best to do the same, and by some miracle it worked. But there really is no common ground to be found with that man, nor do I think he looked for any. The question becomes, what did he come here to do? Because you may be certain it wasn't to make peace. Whatever it is, I can't make it out. Not yet, at least. We do have a little time before the parley is due to reconvene, though. Why not try consulting our illustrious leaders? Mayhap they have some insight to share. I will say one thing for Varus. He's well versed in Eorzean history. His interest in our affairs is that of a beast in its prey. The conqueror would know his enemies. All should know their enemies. Yet there is much and more we do not know of the Empire. And it's up to us to change that, here and now. Ha! You would have me ask the Emperor himself? Well, mayhap there is some wisdom in that. If we can skirt the storm of his displeasure, we may yet come with our answers, even if it does mean sailing close to the wind. 12 have mercy. But for Lady Alize's timely interjection, we may well have come to blows at the negotiating table. Not that Emperor Varus left us many great options. It's unconditional surrender that he will accept, do you think? Ere he arrived, I'd have said yes. But having heard him speak, I cannot help but think he came with some other end in mind. Exactly. He's building up to something, I know it. How then shall we approach the rest of this parley? Have you anything to say, Warrior of Light? Invite Varus to explain himself. You believe he is more apt to reveal the truth if we put him at ease? Mayhap you are right. Thank you, Kiliana. The parley was never like to bring peace, but I had hoped to learn something of Emperor Varus' relation with the Ascian. As we all had. Yet, if he is in league with them, he is not like to volunteer the fact. And if he is not, how much weaker would his position seem for their presence? If we are to broach that particular subject, we need to be subtle. Would that I knew more of the man. You would indulge me, Lord Hien. You received an imperial education, did you not? Is it true that the Emperor's will is considered absolute? No higher authority in all of Garlemald, nor else in the heavens, come up to that. Veneration of the gods is forbidden, the only worship permitted being for that of his radiance's own person. Sounds suspiciously like religion in itself. I share your disdain for their hypocrisy. Even as they denigrate the idea of faith, they revere their leader with a fervor others reserve for the divine. It is a flaw common to much of the doctrine they fed us. Logical on the surface, perhaps, but contradictory upon closer examination. I wonder if a discussion of the various discrepancies might prompt Varus to reveal something. You've spoken with everyone, then? Good. Now all that remains is to await the pleasure of the Emperor and hope we fare better for the second attempt.
Now then, who would have the floor?
Before we resume, I wish to offer you an apology. After you graciously accepted our invitation to discuss an armistice, we have done naught but rebuke you at every opportunity. I believe I speak for all of us when I say we are deeply sorry for our discourtesy.
I'll admit your familiarity with our affairs surprised me, and served to remind me how little I know of yours.
I think all here can understand the desire to reclaim one's homeland. But why expand further? That is my question.
If I may, the answer can be found in the Imperial doctrine they took great pains to impart to my people. Recognizing the threat icons posed to the world, Solus Zos Galvus decreed that they were to be eradicated. To this end, he began a campaign to unite all lands under the Garlean banner. Or so we were taught. Yet the Emperor only reached the burn, the Baron said to have been laid waste by icons, after conquering all the lands that lay between. What is more, I am quite certain the practice of summoning was not nearly so widespread in the days before the Empire's founding.
When you put it like that, it all starts to sound like an excuse, doesn't it? But to distract from what? Why are you really waging this war?
Finally, you ask the right question. I can but hope you heed mine answer and at last accept the righteousness of our cause. My goal is this: to return the world to the way it once was, the way it was always meant to be. In doing so, mankind will be made whole once more. No longer will we suffer from the dissension born of our differences. There will be but one race, a perfect race, as we were when time began.
What in Rolga's name are you talking about?
I am talking about the origins of the star, of the source and its 13 reflections. At the instant of the great sundering, 'twas not only the world that was shattered, but mankind itself. Thus were we divided into myriad races, each with its own unique imperfections. That is why man looks upon his neighbor and feels fear and hatred, why he wages war, why he kills his brother. You all in your own way have proven as much today. The peace you seek is but a fleeting solution to a fundamental problem. One which calls for more drastic measures. To bring about everlasting peace, our worlds must be rejoined. That is the goal the Empire would see realized. The glorious future unto which we shall one day shepherd mankind.
A rejoining of worlds. I have heard this tale of the Source and its reflections before.
Are these not the self-same desires as the Ascians?
Emperor Varys! Do not trust in their words. They will lead you to your doom. My father thought to use them, but in the end he succumbed to their temptations. He embraced summoning like so many other pawns before him. Do not tell us you mean to do the same.
To be a pawn, free from the burden of choice, would be a blessing. But I forswore that privilege the day I learned that the Garlean Empire was built by the hand of an Ascian.
What?
Yes. My grandsire, the former emperor, is of their number. And who better to build an empire capable of bringing about the calamitous change we desire? Would you condemn me for this alliance? For bowing to the will of these shadowy masters, when the prize is true and lasting peace?
Your prize is a lie, your master's demons.
I come not to conquer, but to liberate. To free man from the prison of divergence. Imagine a world united. One perfect race beneath a single standard. An army before whose might these servants of darkness and light would fly as leaves in a storm, never again to meddle in man's affairs. We would be the masters of our own fate. I bid you join me, not as subjects of Garlemald, but of a new nation. And together we shall win freedom for ourselves and generations yet unborn.
You want to trigger another half-dozen calamities? You can't be serious!
Have you forgotten how many died? There will be no one left!
Do you truly imagine we would aid you in your bloodletting?
It is unthinkable, unconscionable.
And what is the alternative? To be as cattle waiting for slaughter? I would have us work together, that we might take fate into our own hands!
Into your hands, perhaps? But what of the other worlds, your radiance? With every calamity, you obliterate a star and every soul that dwells on it.
To the Ascians, we are all but tiny, momentary specks within an indifferent universe. We cannot hope to oppose them until we have been made whole once more.
Are these truly the words of Garlemald's ruler? The flaws and foibles which you so abhor are what make us who we are. Every nation, even yours, Emperor Varys, is made whole through the combination of these imperfections, the strengths of one compensating for the weaknesses of another. While it is true that man succumbs all too often to anger and avarice, he may yet overcome his baser instincts through the forming of bonds with others, fostering community and cooperation. That the protector of an empire should not only reject these fundamental truths, but seek to change them at so dear a cost to life is indefensible. Such a man is not fit to govern.
Tell him, Nanamo.
And you, warrior of light, would you refuse me as well?
Yeah, you crazy. Yasin's gotta be stopped, but not by that. I cannot condone such a loss of life.
It would seem the Alliance is of one mind on this matter.
Plus, this whole thing about a perfect race, I quite like my horns, personally.
You Eorzeans never cease to disappoint me. Though I suppose I have only myself to blame for expecting more from savages. This discussion is at an end. I bid you make ready for our next meeting. It will not be at the negotiating table.
Came back to find Doma's advance party ready and waiting for battle. So as worrying as our little chat with the Emperor was, it did buy enough time for at least some allies to arrive.
I'm not sure what I was expecting from our meeting with the Emperor, but it wasn't that. Still, at least we know now what he's really after.
Aye, a future built on a mountain of bodies. I too want the Ascians dead, but not at any cost.
The last of the reinforcements from Dorma arrived not long ago. I pray it will be enough. Given the Emperor's stated goal, this is a battle we can ill afford to lose.
If the Garleans come in force, we may not have much say in the matter, even with our combined strength.
We knew from the first that the odds would be against us. But if there is even the slightest chance of victory, we must do everything in our power to seize it.
We must seize it, full stop.
Here!
The two of you are to join an irregular unit and support the main host. I won't bother asking if you're minded to fight.
After coming this far, how could I not? And for once, there's no one around to countermand me. Not that they would. Not even my brother. But we all know who really make the difference. Ready to frighten some Garleans?
Born ready.
Wouldn't want to be on their side.
Might I ask you to accompany the Dorman contingent? They are strangers here, and your presence would do much to raise their spirits.
But of course.
We would be honored.
When our people stride out with you in their midst, I dare say the Eorzeans will feel an ilm taller themselves. High spirits have a way of spreading.
What I wouldn't give to join you. But my duties as field commander will not allow it. I'll leave the front lines in your capable hands. Comrades, ready your arms. The hour of battle has come. May the crystal guide us to victory!
The upcoming dungeon, I think, was one of the coolest things that they've done to date. Just like the music is a mashup of all these other themes, and it's just it's a cinematic dungeon versus how everything else they've had before, really.
Since the others couldn't be here, we'll have to fight twice as hard. If Alphinaud wakes to find the Imperials have won, I shall never hear the end of it. It's strange. I thought I would be terrified when the fighting started. I should be terrified. But with you at our side, I can't help feeling everything is going to be all right. So please, don't you dare leave me alone.
Alize.
No matter what happens, we have to survive together.
I will, 'cause you're my favorite. Sassy little elf. This is really Stave where it starts being very clear that Alize's got a little bit of a thing for the Warrior of Light. This is where it starts to build. Use the duty finder to enter the Gimlet Dark. Yeah, this dungeon, I loved doing this dungeon. Very cinematic, very cool. Stormblood theme. then this is the first dungeons where really... Not the first dungeon. Stormblood has kind of overall had your teammates with you.
Forward! Forward!
Yes, the Stormblood theme into the Alamegan / Garlean national anthem. A minor key. No, no, this isn't a... Yeah, it's like close to a minor key. Oh, I could have kept going. Yeah, I'm admiring this dungeon a little bit. Then it's gonna bust into the Garlean theme. Death flag raised? What do you mean? Obviously, we're both gonna come out of this just fine. Sunshine and rainbows, dude. Look at this place. Yeah, this is a mashup of Stormblood and Anthem. True, all Final Fantasy games have a happy ending for everyone. Exactly! Pay no mind to the, like, 700 other friends who have already eaten shit and died in this game. Including my character's crush that never gets fulfilled of Minfilia. I mean, no, totally gets fulfilled. She'll be back. She'll be back! Papa Lima's fucking dead. Iceheart, Horshaphot. Happy endings. My character's only wielding a House Fortal shield because that's in honor of Horshaphon, her dead best friend. So this is the last level 70 dungeon, so from here on out, I will be able to do, if I cannot solo the dungeons in Stormblood, or in Shadowbringers, luckily, the trust system is implemented, and so I can just play with NPCs, and, you know, pay no attention to the fact that this is a multiplayer game. Except for Trials. The Trials, we will have to, if I cannot solo the Trials, I will have to play with friends, which is kind of sad, but that's okay. By friends, I mean, you know, randos. Ugh. I know. Imagine having to play this game with other people. Couldn't be me. I've only done one trial with other people, and that was Susano, because I couldn't solo it due to a thing where one person had to defend the party, and everyone else has to kill a sword, so I can't defend the party and kill the sword. Maybe it is. Maybe that's the secret. Dude, the fact it exists that someone has actually beaten the normal mode of the first raid thing solo. A warrior and I think a paladin at this point have both fucking soloed P1 normal, and that just hurts me inside to know that. Because that means that the classes are just busted. I mean, I'm happy paladin's busted, but warrior is super busted. Alright, we find ourselves back in the... Nope, I can keep I can keep going. Let's go wall to wall, baby! This is how God intended it. Nope, here we go. Wait, nope. Yep, okay, nope. Can't go past that wall. It is the normal version of the raid, not the savage version, but that's still, it took him like an hour, I think. It was stupid. There's a video of it on YouTube, and it's just so dumb. Luckily, this game actually doesn't have a lot of problems with power creep, except for, like, newly released classes. Like, Reaper is way overtuned, and they know it, but they'll nerf it into the ground. They have no problems with nerfing classes into the ground in this game. Like, poor White Mage right now. People who play White Mage do it because they love it, not because it's good. Yeah, and even the new healer, ironically, people are liking the old shield healer more than the new one. Just due to look at the amount of resources available to it. We got Elise with us, we got Pippin with us. Oh wow, they are dumping materia in my inventory. Huh. They don't give that much materia in new content, which is really unfortunate because, oh boy, it would be really nice to be able to farm materia just by running stuff like unsynced. I mean, you can. I get materia with trust, but not a lot. Oh, and away it goes. Yeah, it's a, you know, it's a big angry, where is he? Oh god. This is, you know, the Garleans are invading, the machine friends. Where you at? There we go. It's a vroom vroom machine. Yeah, Garleans don't have magic, so they made cars. Literally, like the whole thing about Garleans is that they don't have the ability to wield magic, so they invented machines. Please don't go away. Please, you're gonna go away. I can sense it. Oh, he's doing nitro spin. Kill you before you leave again, probably. Do this. Ugh. Maybe. Yeah, I was overcautious. Okay, I was overcautious. No! Damn it, I was not overcautious. Fucker. Let me end your life, please. He's coming out. Oop. The gear here actually looks very nice. Actually, I'm kind of curious, what set pieces of Alliance gear have I gotten? Dalek. No, okay, I haven't gotten any Alliance chest pieces. The Royal Volunteer stuff is ugly. Yeah, they're ugly as hell, but the Alliance stuff is very nice. I think I used the Alliance Code of Aiming for a while. Yeah, kinda. The Garleans are like 14 Zelbed. Except the Albed are kind of... It's the Albed if the Albed were bent on subjugating all nations. Also, Albeds can technically wield magic, but yeah. That premise. Garleans are like, because people made fun of us for not wielding magic, we're really mad, and so we're going to take over everyone. But now we find out that they really want to take over everyone because the Garlean Empire was founded by an Ascian. Fuck those guys, am I right? Founded by the best Ascian. Solus is a good boy. He's obviously not a good boy, but he's a good boy. We will be seeing much and more of him in the next X-Pack. Oh, it's a spinny car. Take the spinny car on a walk. Yes, that's exactly who they are. They also are kind of like Eorzean Nazis, if you listen to his whole thing about a perfect race, but we just don't think about that. You know, sometimes we don't want real-world problems in our video games. Except for the part where literally 14 puts the heat death of the universe into their video game. I still can't believe they did that. Literally, in the last expansion, they bring up the fucking heat death of the universe. And one. I wonder if I can kill this one without my friendo's help. Normally your friendo has to limit break it, because, you know, we suck. Kane is like, quickly, get over here! I could probably live here without coming over here, but this was very cute. It's like, look, my NPC is defending my honor. They love me. And she has to fuck off and go help her friends. But Yugiri's still here with me. The one that's stays with you actually changes every time you run it. Sometimes Lee stays, sometimes Hien stays. Very cute. Yeah, so it's going to self-detonate, and so Yugiri's going to be a badass. Ninja LB3.
This day you die.
Shadow Clone Jutsu. Bum, 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 bum. I try not to sing along because I know it's delayed, but it's so hard. This song is... it hits right. No one could see that, but I did the OK hand symbol with my hand. Bum, 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 bum. Yeah, the Garlean theme, it's very different now that we've been to Garlemald and Endwalker. And Garlemald is literally just fucking Fallout, the zone. It'll be fun to go there. I'm excited because Endwalker New Game Plus comes out with 6.1, so I'm sure that by the time 6.1 comes out, we'll be vaguely in there, in that area. We might, because I don't know when 6.1 comes out. Probably not for a little bit longer, but I don't know how long it'll take us to get through Stormblood, or not Shadowbringers. The Shadowbringers is very cinematic, very cutscene heavy. And very good. Shadowbringers is good as fuck. Yeah, the twin, they were the Emperor's personal guard. And, you know, the Emperor's here, so... Right, this pushes you, so you have to let it push you, out of the big danger. Can I kill you before the other one shows up? I think I can. Ugh, gross. I still have to do this mid-phase. I cannot hope to evade us both. Actually, I can. Because I'm kind of good at this. See them lines on the ground? Them zippy-doos. Pew, 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 pew. Anya, fall back. Very well, leave the artillery to me. Ready the cerulean tanks. Deploying now. Got them both. And I'm at the dodge their fucking attack again. Seems we have no choice, Julia. You should feel honored, savages. Few are they who have witnessed this twice. Funny how I dodged it the first time, you know? Oh, but now it's got a big AoE. Too bad I've got no friends that I have to care about hitting with it. Because I am a god. Pew pew, pew pew. And fewer still who have witnessed this. You're both at 0-1%, so I'm going to spin once and you're going to die. You know what? We'll use my Holy Circle. Let's do it. Oh, they got some HP back. Good for them. I was going to just fucking Holy Circle and end their lives, but, you know, I'll spin to win. And she's dead. 15 minutes. That's the longest dungeon to... well, okay, not counting the Praetorium and all that, because those dungeons had cutscenes we weren't allowed to skip, and bosses that were full of bullshit. But not counting the 8-man dungeons, I think that's the longest dungeon so far. We've served our purpose. Come, we shall withdraw for now. Smoke bomb. Flash bomb. Okay, flash bomb makes more sense. Smoke bomb here I feel like wouldn't be very... everything's on fire. Everything is smoke. Oh, I'm so happy again. Good. The past couple dungeons have been real sad, but this dungeon, I'm like, fuck yeah, I killed some Garleans. I don't think I ended up getting any chest pieces. Kind of a shame. Chest pieces are pretty good. Got some pants. You know, let's see. Got some Alliance pants. And some nice pants. With little knee pads. Look at my little knee pads.
There you are, and none the worse for wear.
Indeed. I had hoped we might do more to help, but there seems to be no one left to fight.
A tactical withdrawal, perhaps?
We should give chase. Finish them off while we have the chance. Imagine the other surprise when they wake to find the war already won.
What? Why'd you have to go and say it, Elise? Why'd you have to go and say it?
Will expunge all life. Only you can forestall the calamity. Throw wide the gates.
No! 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 Not like...
Then there were none. All of our friends are asleep.
Oh no. Don't tell me. Are you all right?
Oh, I'm super not alright. All my friends are dead. Don't you nod, Kin. You're not okay.
Quickly, we must get her back to the encampment.
She told you not to leave her, and then she left you. You're super not okay. Soldier on, because we're the warrior fucking light. We're happy about it. The Garleans have been routed, have they? Well done. But this exchange was no more than a test of our strength, like as not. They won't be taking any chances now that the Emperor has joined the fray. They'll want to take their time, whittle down our defenses. Still, with your help, and that of our eastern allies, we passed the first test. Our line is unbroken. As for Alize, well, he's in good hands over at the Inferno. My lord, the Kyrugians have completed their examination of Mistress Alize, and it is as we feared. She's locked in a slumber without any outward cause. Like the others, damn it all. Aye, the Garleans picked a fine time to come knocking. 5 scions incapacitated, and with the enemy on our doorstep, I cannot spare the men to assist in the search for the cure. The best I can do is see to it that Alize is escorted safely back to the Rising Stones. Ugiri and I would return to our encampment. The main contingent of our forces from the Far East is under sail, and all must be made ready for their arrival. I'll not keep you then. Judging by the Garleans' recent movements, or lack thereof, they won't be launching another offensive in the immediate future. You should return to the Rising Stones. Given the plight of your fellow scions, I can understand if you feel on edge, but you'll do no good to anyone without rest. Do I look like I need rest, Raubon? Do I look like I want to rest? Ah, Kinliana, welcome home. Word has it you and Mistress Alize gave the Garlands quite a thrashing. Speaking of whom, where is Mistress Alize? Certain she would have returned by now. She's dead, Hori. She's dead. All my friends are dead. By the 12, not her too. Oker and I will ready the infirmary for her arrival. We will also need to send a message to Tataru post-haste. That I had something other than grim tidings to share with her. With you too, for that matter. It grieves me to report that the Archon's condition remains unchanged. As we speak, Coltonay Kryl and Master Matoya continue to explore every possible avenue. Alas, their efforts have yet to bear fruit. But all is not lost. You are still hale and whole, after all. Though I suspect you must be tired from your journey. You should rest, my friend. Leave the worrying to us, for the time being. Meanwhile, at the border of Alamigo. It's Xenos. But not Xenos. Probably Elidibus, as they've told us. Because Xenos couldn't possibly be alive. Ha ha ha! Ah, Kinliana, yours is a welcome face indeed in these troubled times. So if you come to inquire about our stricken brothers and sisters, I'm afraid I have naught to report. Colton and the others continue their tireless search for answers, and I too have done all in my power to assist them. Alas... My apologies for the intrusion. I was told Master Alfino had been brought here, and wished to see if his condition had improved. Mistress Kinliana, I've heard about the part you played in driving back the Empire's forces. Thank you. That you're able to stop them, if only for a short while, gives me hope. I realize how strange such words must sound coming from a Garlean's lips, but I speak them out of love I bear for my homeland, because I wish to see an end to the bloodshed. That is why I chose to share all that I know with the Alliance. Though I will surely be branded a traitor, I'm content to bear that ignominy. It will seem a small price to pay if it helps to prevent this conflict from escalating any further. But enough of my prattling. The war is not what brought me all this way. I came to see Master Alfino. Acquaintance of Kinliana Alfino, are you? Well, far be it from me to turn away good company. Follow me, sir. You may have a Garlean eyeball, but you're a good egg. When word reached me that Alfino had returned, it seemed only right that I visit him. Poor lad. It pains me to see him thus, but I take solace in the knowledge that he is safe and well cared for. He fought valiantly at the burn. The Popularis could not have wished for a more committed ally. I know not how he came to be so afflicted, but I pray a cure will be found soon. On an unrelated note, you may be interested to know that I traveled here in the company of another acquaintance of yours. He awaits my return at North Silvertier, and I'm certain he would be glad to see you, assuming you could spare the time, that is. North Silvertier. I guess I won't teleport out the door. As it is. Go, little lizard, go! Love this mount. I'm sad. In Dungeons and Dragons, I had, my artificer had a steel defender that looked like this guy. But I misunderstood the class, and luckily my DM has allowed me to switch subclasses. But that means no more little skirt friend for my gnome. Ah, there you are. I was beginning to think you would not come. Yeah, I misunderstood the... Oh, stream, don't go down. Stream? Stream. Do it. Do it, stream. It's thinking about it. It's really trying. We're dropping some frames here. We're dropping some tasty frames all over the floor. Alright, I think it's evening out. Yeah, I misunderstood the action economy of Battlesmith, because you need to use a bonus action every single turn to command your thing, and I thought it was like you pick a target with a bonus action and it just does its thing, because some pets do work like that, but Artificer, it's every single turn, and it was like, well, I also had another Homunculus that did that, and it's like, it just feels like kind of, So, he's letting me switch to Armor, which sounds like it'll be fun. Sounds like you've been caught through the mill. You should have called me. Though I must confess, tracking down missing souls isn't exactly within my field of expertise. You may have surmised I heard much of Master Garland growing up in Garlemald. Indeed, he has long been a source of inspiration to me. Most Garleans would say he's a traitor, that he turned his back on his country. We of the Popularis, however, consider him a revolutionary, a man willing to defy the Empire's dream of subjugation, that his inventions might bring about a better future for all mankind. Please, revolutionary is a term best reserved for my work. I am but an Imperial defector who thought to aid another Imperial defector. Whatever Master Garland may say, I'm humbled to find myself in such distinguished company. Speaking of distinguished company, we heard from Raubon that you ran into an old friend in the burn. Is it true? Gaius still lives? Like most of the army, I never had the privilege of seeing the legatus without his mask. To think I walked halfway across the burn in the presence of the Black Wolf. And he claimed to have severed ties with the Empire to hunt Ascians, did he? After his humbling at the Praetorium, one would think he'd have the good sense to stay dead. If we meet again, I shall be sure to tell him so. Commander Alden also spoke of the Alliance's meeting with the Emperor, but I still able to believe what he told us. Did his radiance really claim that Garlemald was founded by the Ascians? That is madness. The very notion is absurd. Every fiber of my being rails against it, and yet I see that there is no escaping the truth. From the very founding of my homeland, my brothers and sisters have laid down their lives in service to a lie. The Ascians must be stopped, to save my people, to save all people. But the Empire has many crimes even I did not suspect. Had I known, I would have left a lot sooner. But that is in the past. Here in the present, we must apply ourselves to the problem of how the Empire's ambitions may be thwarted, not only in Eorzea, but in the Far East as well. The Ironworks will spare no effort to achieve that end. Seriu's Wall was a good start, but we can do more. And we will. We'll show them what it means to achieve freedom through technology. Begging your pardons, I bear a message for the Warrior of Light. Commander Aldin requests your presence at Alliance headquarters in El Amigo. He would discuss matters of strategy at your earliest convenience. Ah, yes, the inevitable messenger. I knew it wouldn't be long before duty called you away. Time is no doubt of the essence. Could I tempt you a ride above the Excelsior? If there's a faster way to Raubon's side, I will personally apologize to the commander for keeping him waiting. Sid, I can teleport. And everyone seems to forget that I can teleport. Except for when it's convenient for them to remember. You better be ready to apologize. I swear, every time you board my airship, you seem to be barreling headlong into danger, and every time you somehow contrive to emerge victorious, which of course is an admirable skill. But no one is invincible, Kinliana, not even you, so please take care of yourself, Hup. I pray you remain safe on the front lines. Though ill-equipped to join the fray, I shall do all I can to assist from headquarters. My colleagues and I have been tasked with evacuating casualties by air. See that you aren't among them, eh? Commander Alden is waiting, my lady. It would be best if we proceeded to Alliance headquarters at once. A Requiem for Heroes. That's the name of the patch. So you can know some shit's gonna go down. And this is the last patch. I think there's technically a little itty-bitty patch to transition us into Shadowbringers. But this is the last patch, the last hefty patch before the end of this part. You're here. Good. I summoned you to discuss strategy, but first I would apprise you of the Garlean's movements. Upon speaking with Raubon, you're gonna have a lot of shit to do. You better sit down and be ready. You know what? I'm gonna go to the bathroom. Probably a good idea. It's gonna be a while. Be right back. Alright, I'm back. Let's get ready for some shit to go down.
There have been several skirmishes along the border, but as yet neither side has delivered a decisive blow. We had long assumed that the Garleans would overwhelm us in a straight fight, but we seem to be gaining ground, albeit slowly. As to why that might be, the most likely explanation is that they have yet to commit all their forces. Still, we're winning, and our latest intelligence suggests the Emperor has retreated back to Garlemald. In light of this, we're considering launching an offensive with the aim of pushing the front line forward and giving ourselves some room to breathe.
Commander! The Imperials! They've broken through our defenses to the east!
What?
Our scouts say their forces are being led by Lord Xenos. Lord Heian and Commander Hext have taken their troops to provide support, but we don't know how long they can hold out.
So, they've been biding their time, waiting for his arrival, have they? Very well. Send word to our allies, requesting reinforcements for the front line. Should the worst come to the worst, I may need to enter the fray myself. But what of you? Do you still have the strength to fight?
Good question. So long as you leave the Ascian to me.
He may not die as such, but to see Lord Xenos fall on the battlefield would deal a heavy blow to Imperial morale. I'll see to it the men stay clear.
God damn it!
Why won't they open?
Now's not the time!
Please, I bid you open.
What's wrong? Is it the voice again? Are you sure you're in a fit state to do this?
Have to do. I'm the only one left.
May Ralga grant us strength. Give 'em hell, lass. I, for my part, will defend this place to my dying breath.
Meanwhile, at the border of El Amigo. Time for a duty, but I'm not there. Who do I play as today? Our Scamurai boy, Lord Hien. So, there are those still willing to stand against the Crown Prince. Interesting. Let's put an end to this, here and now. If you truly believe that possible, then let us test the limits of this Garlean vessel. Formidable foe, but we've come too far to fail now. Soon I shall give the lie to man's indomitable spirit. The Warrior of Light is still nowhere in sight. Strength, my friends! It would not do well to have Kiliana arrive to find us battered and broken. Fight and struggle if that is your wont, but you will not escape your fate. Our fate is not for you to decide. Enough. You will learn your place. Behold, a taste of my true power. Gah, no, what is this sorcery? Look upon Amino Habakiri and know the depths of your folly. Oh no, you don't. Please, no, what have you done? You would bring all to bear, then so must we. Yugiri doing Yugiri things. That was 4 LB3s at once. Well done for dispelling his phantoms. Now hurry, protect Lise. Still you choose to struggle against the inevitable. Warrior of Blood is but a few hundred yalms away. they are handling it pretty well without her, you're right. They are not doing half bad. We can at least hold out until Kinliana arrives. I'm sure we could turn this around. She comes, doesn't she? Then I need not waste my time on you. shattered his mask. Got some hard fists. Run, Kin, run! All your other friends are dead now. Fuck! Too slow.
Magic with a Garlean body. That's hardly fair.
Well, to be fair, Xenos did give himself the echo, so...
Still, he must be stopped, no matter the cost.
You sleepy, Ian? Don't worry, I'm here. You can take a nap.
Bringer of light. It has been too long.
Fuck you, little bus.
No words to mark our reunion? So be it. Equilibrium must be restored. And only your death will redress the balance.
Elidibus is such an interesting character. We'll learn more about him in Shadowbringers, but even if he has to oppose his brethren sometimes, his whole job is to keep balance. But also to help bring back his god. But it's interesting. Defeat Xenos, yea Galvus. In the coming battle, you'll fight as yourself. We will suffer your interference no longer. What level am I right now? 70. Alright. I think 70 gives me Confidier? Yeah, because Confidier... Is Confidier level 70? We'll find out. Stop using your weird-ass spell, dickhead. Alright, here we find out. Do I have Confidier? Or... Nope, no Confidier. 70. What the fuck was the 70 skill? Huh, I'm unsure. Oh, is the 70 skill butt wings? But I feel like the 70 skill might not have been offensive at this level. Portent of this vessel is transcendent, without limit. You are strong, bringer of light, but her blessing will avail you not. Xenos, we've already done this song and dance. Well, you're not Xenos, so maybe you don't know. I've already killed these swords in another dungeon. God, I wish I had my gap closer! To adjust the balance, to ensure salvation of this star, you must fall. Impossible. How has you grown so powerful in the gift? Because I'm kind of cool, you know? Plus, you know, you're dealing with a version of me that's from the future. I know all of your tricks. Oh, I get to dodge some balls. Let's go. You know what? I'm gonna arm's length this. No, it didn't work. Rude. Arm's length is supposed to stop that from happening. God, stop it! Sir? Can't dodge your balls and that. God. Oh, I've been paralyzed. Fucking rude. I'm gonna get hit by this. Yup. You're calling me weak? You're almost dead, dickhead. Get fucked. How could this possibly go wrong, you might be asking? Just you wait, fair friends. Yeah, you're an Asian. We know you can't die on like normal means. That's
Your mother chose her champion well. Yet, for all your strength, you will still fail.
fuck. Mysterious voice. This is not the time. Mysterious voice, please.
Someone calls to you. Too late, alas.
Mysterious voice, please. I'm going to die. This is the bad ending. Bad ending.
At last, I found you. Please, there's no cause for alarm.
Sir, there is plenty of cause. I'm going to die.
Though, I confess, this is not where I had intended to meet. But the place of our meeting is of no consequence, like the war you wage. Win or lose, the path you walk leads only to oblivion. The better path leads you here, to me. I have need of your strength.
You have to send me back. Now!
The battle is over, the danger past. But your work is not yet done. Go to the Crystal Tower. I have left something for you near its base. It will serve as a beacon of sorts, one which I pray will help you on your journey. All you need do is find it. I will take care of the rest. Soon, we will throw wide the gates. And the path to the The first will be yours to walk at last.
Cute that they took off my hat here. There are certain cutscenes where they take off your helmet. It's a very nice touch. I mean, I wear a crown, so it's whatever, but it would be the same for full helmeted characters.
You're awake. Thank heavens.
Happened.
Do you recall the confrontation with Xenos? You were the first to come to the aid of Mistress Lys and the others on the front line. In the midst of your duel, it is said you faltered, and that the Crown Prince seized the opportunity to deliver a mortal blow. Yet before his blade could find its mark, he was distracted by the arrival of a second adversary who bore you away from the battlefield and into the hands of our chirurgeons. Lest you wonder, he left before you awoke. As is his wont.
Fucking Estinian. He's a good boy.
Estinian never was one for emotional farewells. Though Xenos bested all before him, the battle clearly took its toll, for he retreated shortly after your rescue. Seeing this, the remaining Imperial forces decided discretion was the better part of valor and pulled back, allowing us to re-establish our position. We have since received word of renewed unrest in the provinces, doubtless inspired by the efforts of the Eorzean Alliance and our Far Eastern allies. Nor does the good news end there. We have also come into possession of intelligence suggesting unrest within the Imperial Court. This would certainly explain why both the Emperor and Lord Xenos appear to have abandoned the fight. A long-awaited ray of hope in these dark times.
Yeah, but all my friends are still dead. Is they alright?
Yet to awake, I'm afraid. But please, concentrate on your own recovery for now. You have carried the hopes of some half-dozen nations, and we are all eternally grateful for your efforts. But no one is without their limits, not even you. Leave this fight to us, my friend. You have earned your rest. But before I forget, I was asked to deliver a message as soon as you awoke. A reminder that you are not alone, though many of your allies have fallen. When you are well and rested, you are to return home, where friends will be waiting for you. Now, if you will excuse me, I must return to the front. May we meet again soon, under happier circumstances.
Thanks, elf pal. Oh, cat. You do the song and dance again where you want to snuggle, but then you'll leave me and then back and forth. You're just running around like a madman. Alright, my cat's crazy. Well, this is a most unexpected surprise. I thought you confined to bed. Oh, it's our Ishgardian dad. When I heard that you had collapsed on the field of battle, I confess I feared the worst. With you standing here before me, I see that the reports of your defeat were greatly exaggerated. Thank the Fury. As long as we have you, Mistress Ironhide, history suggests we have a fighting chance. Speaking of fighting, you may be surprised to hear that the war's efforts can already be felt here in Ishgard. In anticipation of a need for reinforcements, Atwell will soon be departing for the front lines, with a contingent of our finest knights. I would advise you to stay until your strength had returned, but I know it would be an excuse for futility. Indeed, I suspect you have already decided on your next destination. Dark days lie ahead, of that I have no doubt, but the light of hope shall ever guide our steps so long as we have the will to press onward. And press onward we must. Farewell, my friend. I pray our next meeting will be under happier circumstances. Thanks, Ishgardian Dad. True pal. Honestly, I'd rather hang out with Ishgardian Dad than go to the Rising Stones with Scary Potato Secretary, but that's okay. Gotta do what we gotta do.
By the 12! I don't believe it! I rushed back as soon as I could. I swear, my heart nearly stopped when I heard you'd collapsed like the others. What in heaven's name is going on?
See, there's this old man, and he almost got me killed, and I want to punch him in the mouth. We gotta find out how to get to him so I can do that.
Win or lose, the path you walk leads only to oblivion. Oh, well, that's helpful. And what else did he say? The better path leads to him? If his is the voice you've all been hearing, perhaps the others are with him. Sir Emmerich said the fighting had reached a stalemate, didn't he? But if that monster masquerading as Xenos comes back... Thancred, Yestola, Urianger, Alphino, Alize. You're going to need all of them on your side to defeat him. And I forbid you from going to face him on your own. Do you hear me?
But I almost won. It was only because of the crazy old man.
So if you must leave, go and find the others. Bring them home.
Dude, I wish you could hug her, but they couldn't handle that. They were like, nope. Having to animate different races hugging this small potato.
As for where to start, you said the stranger had left a beacon for you at the Crystal Tower, right?
But how are you to find it now that the tower has been sealed shut? There has to be a way. If anyone would know, it's Sid and the researchers of St. Coinac's find. Don't you worry, we'll find that beacon for you.
Meanwhile, in the Fortress of Doom. Dude, everyone and their mother thought we were going to turn out to be a primal. We didn't. And in fact, they came up with like better reasoning for like all the things where we thought we were a primal. It's like, we get stronger when people believe in us. Like, we're definitely a primal. But no, they didn't go that route. And they even made up a reason for why our strength increases when it by all means should not.
I pray you have good reason for abandoning the front.
How could I remain there while the rumor that my son is possessed by a demon spreads like a sickness here at home? I will not be made to fight for the throne a second time. But what of you? Did you not tell me you would destroy Eorzea's champion with the ease that one might swat a fly?
A minor setback. She will not escape me again. Where is your grandsire? I would have words with him.
He fucked off.
How should I know? Do you hide from each other's sight as well? I imagine he's doing what all Ascians do.
He must have found a way to take advantage of this turmoil.
He's doing soulless things.
Men are not pawns to be played with, Ascian. You underestimate us at your peril. This war will not be decided by you and yours. Man must choose his own fate, and I, for my part, will do all within my power to see Garlemald emerge victorious.
Pray forgive the intrusion, Your Radiance, but the requested preparations are now complete. We stand ready to begin production of Black Rose upon your order.
You had any wonders about if this man was a bad guy, which no one has doubts at this point, the coming face will pretty much solidify his position. He's a bad guy. Surprised Pikachu face. Do it. And roll the credits. That's post Stormblood in the bag. With some minor dialogue at the end here. I knew you'd be alright, and to celebrate your return, I made you this, a brand new traveling outfit. Oh, I do hope it fits. Ahem. But now is not the time to fuss over your measurements. I must go and speak with the researchers of St. Coinac's find. You go rest while we track down that beacon. Oh, it's that weird Twinkie elf again. What's he doing here? Twinkie elf with a samurai sword. Who's definitely not Xenos, especially with those eyeballs.
My enemy. My friend.
bloody savages!
A pity your hunt leads you elsewhere. Not that I am surprised. May you find joy in it. Grow stronger, more savage, and savor every triumph. In the meantime, I will reclaim that which is rightfully mine.
You're a katana-wielding soldier who is definitely not Xenos. Crystal Tower. In the midst of a requiem for heroes, a voice rings out across time and space. In fields of tranquil light, sow you seeds of darkness. Stormblood done. It's 11:30, but honestly, I don't want to stop playing, and I'm not that tired.